Audio check 1 2 3. Audio check 1 2 3.
Pre-record, but they've asked
Rory, how many minutes is this?
you won't have enough time.
Perfect.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
England fighting back. Pakistan had a commanding position at the start. Nicely played. Harry Brook is a serious talent with a massive future in the game. What a 100 that is. This might be out. This might be out. It's given. Oh, what a Jaffa. What an absolute Jaffa. Off stump, halfway up. And that's 2 in 2 Robinson has done for Barber. It's nailed that stump back onto the ground. It's found its way through.
Really sweetly timed. Lovely shot.
Imam celebrates his 50. And he gets 50, his third 50. It's gone. A very sharp catch from Joe Root. He can't believe what he's done there.
Beautiful day here at Multan Cricket Stadium as we head into day 4 of Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. Well, just a quick reminder of how things went yesterday. Pakistan need 157 runs to win. England will be eyeing those 6 wickets. Welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show, and we're into day 4 of Multan. Plenty to look forward to in this one as well. It could go either way. England will be eyeing for those wickets. Pakistan will be looking for those runs. One thing is for sure, we will get a result today. Now, I've got with me David Cover and Bakar Yunus. David, exciting prospects for the day. England and Pakistan both in with a chance.
Very much so. The way it's set up and the way it went yesterday would have been mighty encouraging for Pakistan, because they've seen how relatively innocuous this pitch is at the moment. It's not a bad pitch for batting on. Everyone expected it to get worse and worse through the course of the game. It's actually probably got no worse, maybe even in some people's books slightly better, apart from the odd few deliveries, and I do mean the odd few deliveries that have done something really special. I mean, in fact, we had, 3 of them yesterday from the pace bowlers from England, all of which took key wickets. But as Pakistan want encouragement, they need to recognise that although the task is still a difficult one, the pitch as it looks, or as it looked yesterday, isn't going to be against them.
We're talking about the conditions, Bakar. Do you think the conditions are going to play differently? I ask that because we haven't really seen extravagant turn. Yes, there have been a few balls odd here and there, but your thoughts on that?
Look, I don't think it's a pitch where you can't bat. It's, normally when we saw the first day, we thought that, the spin they were getting is going to get worse and worse, and it will be, hard to bat on, and that hasn't been the case. And there are few deliveries we've been talking about, and they were just deliveries which cannot be played, to be very honest. It was such a good 3 deliveries they faced. So 16 overs to new balls, I think that is going to be the key. Wouldn't be much of an issue to begin with. I think Pakistan will be comfortable, but that new ball, I know England also waiting for that new ball, and once the new ball come, if Pakistan can survive that, or Pakistan can manage that new ball, I think game will be on then.
Well, the thing is, if 16 overs, a lot can happen in 16 overs.
Yeah.
If Pakistan bat well, then they can get enough runs to actually make the 157 that they still need look a lot less.
Yeah.
Obviously, the counter to that is England will be trying their hardest first thing to pick up a breakthrough or two and make it yet harder.
Well, obviously England will be looking to close down things earlier on before even the new ball comes on. But it'll be an interesting session. One thing is for sure. Let's head over to Arooj Mumtaz and Michael Atherton to hear their thoughts.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, 157 for Pakistan plays, 6 wickets for England. Athers, firstly, we continue to talk about Ben Stokes and his brilliant captaincy, because his cricketing smarts continue to impress, in particular of how he rotates his bowlers. Robinson bowled fairly late in the first innings, cleaned up Babar Azam. Similar in the second. How impressed are you with how he rotates his bowlers?
Yeah, England's strategy has worked well so far. With the bat, they've tried to score quickly to take time out of the game. And with the ball, they've rather flipped it, having the spinners bowl with the new ball. He's kept his seamers waiting until the old ball starts to swing. So Anderson yesterday, I think for the first time in his Test career, came on third change, but only needed 5 balls, of course, to get rid of Mohammad Rizwan with that beauty. Again, these kind of games in the morning where it's very finely balanced, there's a lot on the captain, and it's the kind of morning where a captain feels he can just pull a rabbit out of the hat to help his side.
And just on that, obviously 6 wickets for Stokes and his team to pick up. What do you think with this first up strategy will be when they come out to play?
I think he's going to have Leach and a seamer rotating. The seamers who bowl well with the old ball, in particular Anderson and Robinson. And then he's got that new ball available in 16 overs time, which actually may help Pakistan as well. The new ball can be the time when you score freely. But England obviously have Mark Wood as well, who's can bowl 150, 155 with that second new ball. And Leach has bowled quite nicely with the hard ball as well. I think it's marginally to England's advantage, maybe 60-40, 65-35. I certainly wouldn't discount Pakistan. They've got a slightly longer batting lineup than they had in the first Test with Mohammad Nawaz, and 3 good left-handers out of the 4. There's been a slight advantage to being a left-hander here.
From where you see Pakistan, they've sort of had a massive collapse in the first innings, fell short in Rawalpindi as well. Is it a little bit of a technical insufficiency, you would say, or is it down to pure brilliance from Stokes?
I thought the pressure that England applied on that second morning, Pakistan failed to deal with that as well as they might have done. But I think what will have given them tremendous hope and heart yesterday was that partnership in the afternoon between Imam and Saud Shakil. Both played really well. It was such a shame for Imam to get out just before the close. But that kind of partnership under pressure shows that Pakistan's spirit is intact, and I think the dressing room watching on will have taken a good deal of hope from that.
And you mentioned, obviously, just before the stroke of day's play, Imam fell. Fahim Ashraf's come out now, and they go fresh start again, 157 to get. How does Pakistan play it from here to win?
I think the way that the openers set out yesterday, that balance between you don't want to be passive, you want to look to score and be assertive without taking undue risks. I mean, it's just, you know, to play at a decent tempo. Time is not an issue in the game. And they have good players, a slightly longer batting lineup. I think being left-handed here against the old ball and against Leach is a bit of an advantage. So Pakistan very much in the game.
Pakistan very much in the game, but are you still 65-35 England?
I'm 60-40, 65-35 to England.
65-35 is what Athas says. Aziz, back to you in the studio.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Thanks, Saruj. We've also got DG here who thinks it's going to be 60-40, and England are perhaps they've got a slight advantage because of the fact that they've also got wickets in the bag at this point of time. But Pakistan will be looking to see out this first session. It's going to be extremely crucial. Plenty to look forward to on this day 4 of at the Multan Cricket Stadium. We'll see you guys just in a bit. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy pitch side show. Now, we saw Bazid Khan in the post-match yesterday said that he thinks that the pitch has got better for batting, barring those few deliveries that we saw tailed back and hitting those cracks. What does he think now? It's over to you, Baz.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
157 runs for Pakistan to get 6 wickets for England to get 16 overs till that new ball. It's just set up so beautifully and perfectly, this test match. We go into what is probably the last day, well, it will be the last day, the 4th day of the test match. And yesterday we saw the wickets that the England fast bowlers got. A couple from the ones that came back in, a magnificent delivery from Anderson, and the couple that sort of came back in. Now, the issue that England will have is still with that new ball still an hour or so away. The issue they'll have 2 left-handers playing against them. So the ball coming back into the stumps on a pitch which is quite low, and the reversing ball, the one is more dangerous that is angling back into the stumps, is the one that's dangerous. With left-handers and with 2 right-arm bowlers, they will have to maybe go around the wicket and angle the ball back in, but it's not the same. The angle doesn't work in your favor in terms of getting pace on that old ball especially. So they'll have to work out how they're going to approach that. Pakistan have the advantage that they've got another left-hander to follow. So that works in Pakistan's favor. Now, how England go about dismissing them and how they use the new ball. The new ball will probably give you more in terms of pace and in terms of spin. So lots to think about. I think the pitch still is pretty good for batting. It will be pressure, but I think England will come hard in that first hour. Whoever wins that first hour, I think will win the game.
Pitch Report, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
You heard it there from Baz. Whoever wins that first hour will win the game. But it's time to find out who the winner is going to be in the studio in terms of our expert predictions.
Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, it's that time of the day when I put my guests on the spot and ask them a few hard questions. DG, I'm going to ask you about the pitch because there's been enough spoken about it, but let's talk about it a little bit more. Let's talk about it a little bit more. Do you think, Bazid made that point about Pakistan having left-handers and that being an advantage. Do you sort of agree with his thoughts?
Yeah, I think he's right, and I think that Pakistan need to believe that. What we saw in the first innings was some good players, the likes of, say, Mohammad Nawaz, just one example, who failed to make runs. Now, what they have to believe is that the pitch is good, which it is. They have to look at the ones that have done something, which is 3 balls out of hundreds, and say the odds are still in your favour as a batsman if you get the right state of mind up here. If they believe they can win, that'll get them close. You might even allow them to win. Whereas England, I think that first hour thing is quite relevant. I think a lot of clues will be given in that first hour, because if England have to wait until the new ball for their next piece of inspiration, as I said just now, there could be a lot of runs added or a number of runs added, which just make that target look a little bit more gettable.
What about you, Waqar? I mean, what's your thought on how Pakistan should be coming out today? Obviously, they can win it, but how should they go about it?
Look, they can win it, but they're going to be under pressure throughout the time, whatever we're going to have a play. It's not going to go into the 5th day. It is sort of, you've got to be really, really proactive, and any opportunity of scoring runs, I think they have to take it. They have to be a little bit more positive. If you get bogged down or if you play sort of, defensive mode, I don't think Pakistan will win. So I feel it'll be like 70-30.
Right. They should keep that positive approach. That was the expert predictions for you.
Expert Prediction, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. I can tell you today is going to be an intriguing day's contest between England versus Pakistan. We're looking on day 4 here in Multan Cricket Stadium, and we will be joining you live shortly for all the action, so don't go anywhere.
England fighting back. Pakistan had a commanding position at the start. Nicely played.
Harry Brook is a serious talent with a massive future in the game. What 100 that is. This might be out. This might be out. It's given. Oh, what a Jaffa. What an absolute Jaffa. Off stump, halfway up. And that's 2 in 2 Robinson has done for Barber. It's nailed that stump back onto the ground. It's found its way through.
Really sweetly timed. Lovely shot.
Imam celebrates his 50. And he gets 50, his third 50.
It's and gone. A very sharp catch from Joe Root. He can't believe what he's done there.
Well, it's all set up beautifully for this second test match. Day 4, Multan, and we should have a result here today. Will it be Pakistan and Babar Azam? Will it be England and Ben Stokes? We will find out. DAFA News presents KFC, Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. And this is the day we came for. Been a really good surface that has offered a bit for the spinners, a bit for the seamers, and plenty for the batters as well. England 281 and 275, Pakistan 202 and 198 for 4. Pakistan need 157 runs to win. England needs 6 wickets to take this series. Day 4, it's played pretty well, this surface. Let's find out more about it from Bazid Khan.
4th day of the test match, considered the last day of the test match. The side that's probably win sort of after lunch, maybe just before tea. But the development of the pitch has been such that the pace and bounce of this pitch has been sucked out. Day 1, as you'd expect, a bit more bounce, and then it's considerably become slower and lower, and that has played into the batter's hand really, where they've been able to just stand back or just maneuver the spin, whatever spin there is, because there is slow spin. Even with the paces, there's not a lot to work with. But the one element we saw, one magnificent delivery, something to work with, which was one that dismissed Barber. It's absolutely pitched roundabout here, well, not roundabout, pitched here. And then it's moved back in appreciably. So if you're precise and you can hit that spot consistently, which I don't think is possible, but if you can hit it just 3 times, you're in with a shout, because then there's also that effect with a few more cracks, a few more deliveries misbehaving, and it just, everything points to a very fascinating day 4.
Yeah, it sure will be. It just looks like those cracks have opened up that little bit more this morning, and also that new ball is 16 overs away, so it'll be interesting to see what England do with that. Let's get a view from the England camp. Earlier, Harry Brook was speaking to Sikandar.
Well, day 4 morning here in Multan, and I had the opportunity to speak to a batsman who's had a good run here on the tour to Pakistan. Harry Brook here with us. Harry, brilliant 100 in Pindi and here in the second innings. Of course, the surfaces have been different. How have you actually gone about just absorbing the conditions out here?
I think the Islamabad pitch is quite similar to the pitches I've played in Pakistan, generally in the PSL and in the T20 series. So I think I adapted to that one fairly simple. But obviously here it was a little bit trickier, spin from early and throughout really. So adapting or learning is the 2 words really. Obviously I played a shocking shot first innings and I was pretty disappointed with myself, so I wanted to change that and go out there and bat properly.
If you elaborate that a little more, talking about from the first innings to the second innings, what changes did you bring into your batting in terms of spacing your innings, and you got that 100, and especially against abroad?
Yeah, I probably came out thinking I had to try and hit every ball for 4 or 6 really, and it probably wasn't that type of wicket. I've still got 100 off 140 balls, so I felt like I didn't really take a risk. I just waited for my area and tried to put the bad ball away when it was there for me to hit.
Have you brought in any changes in yourself as a batter with this new style of cricket that England has adopted in red ball?
Not really, no. I think it suits me quite well. I'm quite an aggressive player anyway. Like I said before, I try and wait for the bad ball and I try to put it away, whether that's over short ball over mid wicket or straight back over the ball's head. So it's just about choosing and making sure it's the right decision for that ball.
England all happy with where the game is right now, 150 odd required. You think you can make it a series win?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way the boys bowled last night, the seamers especially, was outstanding. So hopefully we can go out there, get a couple of early ones, and then hopefully they have a little collapse.
And finally, how's your stay been from Pindi to Multan? All happy? I know you've been here before in Pakistan for PSL, but this trip?
Yeah, it's been good. We haven't really had much time. It was quite quick between games. We had the opportunity to go out and play golf, so that was quite nice and refreshing. So no, it's been good. Thank you.
Well, wonderful watching you bat, and have a good game.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, seems a very honest, down-to-earth, self-deprecating sort of lad, Harry Brook. Played an average shot in the first innings, and I wanted to put it right in the second innings. Well, he's done that. That is for certain. And has he given his skipper enough runs to defend? Pakistan were very good yesterday morning, bowling England out. England lost 73 for 5, and that has opened the door again for Pakistan. They lost that late wicket last night of Imam ul Haq. And can James Anderson and the England bowlers capitalise on that late wicket? Bazid and David are next to me. David, which camp would you rather be in?
Well, just England's. I'd say 60-40 England, because for several reasons. One is that England have the experience of winning. If it was the other way around, if England were chasing today, I'd say that experience would make them favourites to chase. For Pakistan, I think there's an element where, that lack of confidence, especially in this lower middle order. I mean, they failed in the first innings, but if they can change that round, if they can find some belief and realise that they can just chip away at this target, and especially if they get through this first hour unscathed, then I think the belief will grow in the Pakistan camp, and those odds will change. As it stands, England know full well, I think, that this first hour, they can't wait for the new ball. They're going to do something in this first hour to try and find those breakthroughs, because in the space of that 60 minutes or so, if Pakistan, as I say, put on 3, say even at 3 runs and over, that just takes a dent out of the 150 odd they still need to win this game. So I think it's absolutely intriguing.
Bazid, you followed this Pakistan side over the years. The unpredictability of this side, the ups and downs of this side. What Pakistan team are we going to see today? Someone that can see this through, or someone with a bit of a collapse in there still?
Well, even if they do see it through, it won't be lack of excitement. But I tell you what, it's always these sort of situations where you think Pakistan will come through, because when the pressure's on them, when the back's to the wall, that is when Pakistan play their best. Now Shakil, well, he'll be the key. I think if he can back for a few overs, just get back into that groove he was in yesterday, Pakistan will be in with a shout, in with a big shout. And tell you what, Nas, I'll rather be in the Pakistan camp, but I think the Pakistan camp is much more fun than the English camp.
Come on, Baz, come on.
If you two can just put your personal animosities aside for a moment,
I think it was a good decision to send Fahim in last night. Another left-hander, and England have found those cracks outside the off stump to the right-handers that Bazid Khan was highlighting in his excellent pitch report this morning. So another left-hander and an all-rounder as well that plays in a positive way. Fahim. So I said last night, good to have him in the middle this morning because he will score quickly. And that will take the pressure off Saud Shakil, who played beautifully yesterday. As ever, it is the veteran trying to set the tone for England. Jimmy Anderson, 40 years of age. No slips, just a leg gully, Joe Root. Anderson with the first delivery of day 4.
So many aspects to look forward to in this day 4. Well, the last day of the test match, either way it goes. Because England, you would sense, would want to bowl at Pakistan and drag this game longer and longer. So the field setting, it'll have to be quite different, because if Pakistan get a partnership, then maybe Stokes will have to spread the field and make sure that they don't leak runs. And then the other aspect that you touched upon, Pakistan still have another left-hander to follow. They've got Nawaz to follow these two, and especially with reverse swing being more potent with the right armers to the right-hander, that works in Pakistan's favor as well. And then the new ball. So many elements.
I think Pakistan have got to stay positive. They've got to show intent. If you look at this game in particular, they've put pressure back on England. Even Rizwan up front yesterday put pressure back on England. Don't go into your shell. They went into their shell first innings, lost 60 for 8. And that's where Fahim may well be the key man this morning. Be positive.
In terms of scoring, just look at Anderson's figures. 1 for 9 from 6.5 overs. He's gun barrel straight with the line. And that one ball he bowled yesterday to pick up the wicket was just extraordinary against Rizwan. But the rest of the time he's been forced just to keep it tight, and which he's done absolutely beautifully. There's very little or virtually no assistance off the pitch and in the air. I mean, your initial thing, yes, I mean, you're absolutely right from the Pakistan point of view. Be positive, believe you can win. If you're chasing, that's exactly what you have to have. And each and every man who's required out there has to see himself as a potential match winner, the potential hero. A little bit of time just to get set. Does no harm the first thing in the morning.
Not easy again because of what Bazid highlighted on his pitch report about all the heavy rollers going on this surface and all the pace. And there wasn't a lot to start with, but the pace has just gone out of the surface. So the new ball might help when we get to it, if we get to it. The new ball might help the batters with it coming on. I think it's the best place to bat in Pakistan against the harder new ball. $199 for 4.
Yeah, I think England have obviously recognised the need to get stuck into this day right from this first over. Anderson, the most experienced, as dangerous as anyone still. Have to check who gets the ball at the other end, but yeah, the need to strike is absolutely imperative. And Shakil, who's played so well, is a very key man for Pakistan.
Yeah, he'll have to start again, Shakil. And England with 2 left-handers in are going to start with the off-spin of Joe Root and try and land it outside the rough that it often is for a left-hander. Wasn't in Rawalpindi, there is here. Slip and a short leg, man on the sweep and a man out backward on the offside as well. Oh, nicely flighted and a bit of turn from Root.
Well, one of the key things, first thing on a day like this, is to try and assess if there are any changes to the way the pitch is playing.
Gets in, I reckon, and then Shaquille has shown that he likes to use his feet against the spinners. Try and put pressure back on Stokes. Mid-off and mid-on are up. Get in first. Get used to the pace of the pitch again.
And Pakistan been very comfortable against spin. The economy rate suggests that as well. Spin has gone for 3.75 this innings, whereas pace has gone for 2.07. And all the pressure has been exerted through pace, and I'm still wondering if Stokes fit enough to bowl, or it's just part of the strategy that he hasn't bowled at all in this test match.
Yeah, I've not seen him bowl. I've not really seen him bowl that much in warm-ups either when we've been out there. And he bowled that 11-over spell in Rawalpindi in the second innings, either side of tee, just to... He didn't get the wickets, but the seamer's got the wickets for England. Maybe he's a bit stiff and sore. We shall see. Slow turn for Joe Root. 200 up for Pakistan, 200 for 4.
Yeah, the fact that any turn is slow is part of the problem for England. We've seen the batsmen that have prospered on this pitch, I mean, for England, Harry Brook, outstanding in the second innings, have been able to play shots because of that slow pace. So, for instance, all those pull shots that Harry Brook plays, they don't seem that short on a quicker pitch. Be a very different thing. On a pitch like this, he's got time to go back, so you can watch it off the pitch. Not just a question of keeping it tight for England. Obviously, all runs are dangerous against them. Somehow got to find a way through. I mean, as its point is perfectly right. The spinners have been more expensive because every now and again, the likes of Saud Shakil, for instance, will dance down, smack it over someone's head for 4. Again, dancing down the pitch to Jimmy, treating him with all due respect.
Bazid, I've not asked you Bazviz yet. This test match, is the server back up after Rawalpindi? You had a few malfunctions at Rawalpindi. I'm guessing the draw is 0%. Am I right there?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Pakistan, England?
It busted up. It got blown away in Rawalpindi, but it's back up. It's saying 55-45 Pakistan.
He says with his Pakistan blazer on.
And the eye patch.
I'd go the other way, actually. Unsurprisingly, 55-45 England.
Yeah, he says with the blue jumper on.
Just think there's a collapse in there. You just never know with this Pakistan team. That's what makes them so watchable. You just never know. Nice shot, well fielded, James Anderson. Genuine all-rounder, isn't he? Fahim Ashraf, 91 he made against New Zealand in 2020. He's having a good season with the bat, averaging 50 in first-class cricket with 100. Made 22 in the first innings, but he was batting with the tail and he had to play his shots, which got him out in the end. That's his first-class season. David, it depends how many wickets Pakistan are down, I guess. We'll throw it ahead. Are you taking that new ball straight away?
Looking at this one, yes. I mean, what are the hopes in this part of the world? The hopes are that the older ball might reverse. If you go back to Rawalpindi, you're at crucial times towards the end of that game. England, Anderson, Robinson especially, got that ball, got the older ball reversing, and made the breakthroughs they needed. There's no sign of that at this precise moment. Very little sign of it. So that's what, 201 for 4. The onus is on England to try and make this breakthrough. I mean, Pakistan have all day basically to make the runs. Let's face it, it is the last day. But the onus is on England to make the breakthrough. If you're two left-handers facing Anderson, you'll be looking for that away swing. And that's about it. And there's precious little of that. So they will know, as you've just said, that batting now is just a question of reconnaissance. Batting later gets easier.
How long can he hold himself back? He uses his feet to the off spinner as well. He likes the sweep shot. He's a really good player of spin. Saad Shakil usually bats at 3, first-class cricket, batting in that middle order 5.
Beautiful, Joe. Nice line that, Rooter.
Well, the interesting change is this. Yesterday, he was happy to skip down the pitch a few times and hit it straight down the ground.
Good, Joe.
Mohammed Yusuf was chatting with him earlier, just before play. I mean, you can take advice from the greats, which is great, but it's how you feel yourself, whether you're confident enough to do exactly the same things again.
Oh, that's nice, Joe.
It wasn't actually Saud who was in the picture just now. But if you're confident enough to go down the ground under the pressure of a game that's there to be won, then you can make a difference. If you go into your shell completely, just hands the onus back to England.
Nicely punched down the ground. Anderson does well at mid-on.
Beautiful boy. Oh.
203 for 4.
Just thinking, for instance, if you just turn the tables, try and imagine England in the same situation this morning. Imagine, say, well, Harry Brook, who's in great form, maybe not the best example because he is in such great form. He might well be playing those shots straight away because they have that mindset that allows them the freedom to play that way. So if you are free enough in your mind to play the shots that get you the runs, that put the pressure back on the bowling side, that's how you change the dynamic. If you're building up to it, no harm in just occupying the crease. But the more you have to build up to it, the more you have to think about it, then that one shot becomes harder to execute, I think.
Yeah, the other part is that England back the way no other team in the world does, so it's difficult to actually copy that or emulate that. I reckon that Saud Shakil will bat normally. He's very comfortable with his defense until and unless Fahim Ashraf does get out, then maybe he'll attack the spin.
Punch down the ground. It was a very full delivery, but I reckon that's going to be the first boundary of day 4. It is.
Well, it was almost Yorker length, but not quite. Such a full half volley that there was no space really for a free-flowing drive. Just had to get down on it. And he does well, actually, to get quite as much quite as much timing into the shot and quite as much effort into the shot.
And also with all the pace and bounce sucked out of the pitch, it's much easier defending rather than taking the attack to the bowlers. I don't think they have a problem just playing the spinners off the pitch and picking them off. I think England would want them to attack because that's the only sort of option, or the risk factor comes in and they'll be with a chance of a wicket. And then you want to look at the new ball. The new ball will probably get the spinners back into the game, bit more pace, bit more off the surface, but it will also get that scoring rate up as well, because the ball will come back onto the bat or onto the bat better. And it's not just the bounce, it's the pace. That is a considerable amount of lessening in the pace of the pitch.
That's why I think the new ball decision as they scamper for a single is fascinating, because the new ball will, they think, do more off those cracks, as we saw yesterday, but it will also come onto the bat better. You asked any batter in the world, would you prefer the new ball in Pakistan? I reckon they'd say yes, because it comes onto the bat and you'll score boundaries. But it might just hit those cracks and do a bit more, as we saw with Babar's dismissal yesterday. I reckon Stokes will be looking forward to the new ball, because this one is doing nothing. 208 for 4.
Hey, wait, lads, good stance, hey, boys. Catch it straight here, boys. Oh, Rissy boy. Stokesy.
Fahim Ashraf on strike. Pakistan 147 more they need. Oh, in the air, leading edge, just trying to turn it to leg.
Very nice, Joe.
Yeah, that's why you need to have a look at things first thing in the morning. It didn't turn an awful lot. And again, it's slow turn, but actually the technique there just need a slightly straighter bat.
Oh, beautiful, Joe.
He's old-fashioned, isn't he, Fahim? He picks his bat up really late against spin. If you think of batters who, you know, Brook, have their bat up ready, he's on the ground. As the bowler's letting the ball go, his bat's down, and then it's up. It's a real flourish at the end.
Yeah, he's also slightly bottom-handed. I mean, for instance, that punch drive off Anderson, he played well because I think the bottom hand came through so strongly. When you see him against the paceman, the right arm's a little lazy.
You have to hurry here. Misfield. Misfield. Just Stokes, whether he felt his knee there. Yeah. There's a sign again why Stokes may not be bowling. I don't know if the ball hit his knee or he just felt that right knee.
Nice, Joe.
No, the ball hit the knee. Oh, edged and gone. Gone. 50 wickets for Joe Root. And England have their first of day 4.
Much needed for England. It had looked very quiet up until that moment. But that counts as a quick strike. And the one thing England wanted this morning was indeed a quick strike. And this just grips enough. That bottom hand comes through again from Fahim Ashraf and straight into the hands. Couldn't have been an easier catch. But for Joe Root, twin celebrations, a milestone, yes. But the more important aspect of that is that he's got the breakthrough that England so dearly wanted early in this day. Fahim Ashraf gone for 10, 210 for 5.
Well, Pakistan have played 2 all-rounders in the middle order. One's gone in Fahim Ashraf Mohammed Nawaz. Another left-hander comes in, so they're going with the left-handed theory and holding Salman back. And Root, the off-spinner, is bowling for that reason. You can see there Joe Root now with 50 Test match wickets. And he's usually standing at slip, as he was late last night. This time it's Crawley at slip with a easy catch, a relatively easy catch. And Root has been backed with a gully now. The skipper comes in. Very good from Joe Root. A wicket for him and England. 210 for 5.
Yeah, very, very important psychological blow to strike early in the day. And vindication of the tactic to have Joe Root on against the left-handers. Got another left-hander at the crease now as well. Mohammed Nawaz, although we've seen him make runs in all sorts of forms of the game, just 1 run to his name in the first innings, will not be chock full of confidence. Now, so much rests on the shoulders of Saud Shakil, who has a first-class record, which shows that he's as prolific, if not better, in the 4th innings of a game as he is in any of the 1, 2, 3 options before that. So much rest on his shoulders because, first of all, he seems to be in such good form, because he's had a long look at these England bowlers and he knows all their variations and vagaries, and because Pakistan really need him to perform at his best now.
Oh, get low. That's why he's round the wicket. More likely from round the wicket to get the LBW if it keeps low. Just because otherwise it will pitch outside. Definitely, that definitely hit the crack, that one.
Yeah, as long as you keep the bat straight, you can always drop it down. If there's an angle involved, sometimes it makes it harder when those things happen. Pakistan just need to tick them off one by one, bats or pads. Just keep nudging that required number down. It's 144 at the moment.
Into reverse there, but it's so slow you can play the adjuster as the batter. That's why there's no slips in any other part. Maybe somewhere like South Africa, if it was reversing with bounce and pace, then you would have a slip in, but it's just no carry to get it to any kind of slip corn. So all the catches, even with the new batter, are in front. You may get a feather through to poke the keeper, but Stokes thinks I'm going to get you out caught in front of the wicket. But more likely LBW or bowled. There you go. I'm not sure that's going to carry to the slip cordon. It will go away to the boundary though, and it will be 4 much needed runs for Pakistan. I guess you could have someone in with a helmet on really close like they occasionally have. You'd have to be very close to catch that at what, 4th slip?
Well, if there are any nerves around, what better way to calm them with a nice warm cup of Tapal tea on cue. Synchronized tea drinking.
215 for 5.
Anderson's figures, that boundary's ruined them. 1 for 19 from 10. Almost up to 2 and ever. He's just extraordinary, isn't he? Just the way he keeps going under, it seems, all conditions.
.140 runs to win, 5 wickets in hand. Another batter to come in Salman, and then the bowlers. Not yet a shot in anger from Saud Shakil.
Nice Joe, nice Joe. Loving your work here, Ruta.
We had that long discussion yesterday about all-rounders. Joe Root's just got 50 wickets.
Oh, nice.
He's just been nudged by Mazhar, saying that there are very few who got 10,000 runs and 50 wickets. Probably know them all, David.
Well, it's quite a high bar, isn't it?
Oh, now they go up. They go up. I don't think so. I think it was the bat hitting the ground. It was a good take from Ollie Pope because it rolled to him. It went very low. But I think the noise was bat hitting ground. Stokes not interested.
Well, there was that one they missed yesterday off Imam, which was the tiny feather down the leg side. That's kept so low.
Yeah, missed the toe end of the bat, and then it hits the ground, the bat.
Oh, that's good. That is so close, boy.
Well, it's a good spell, this, from Root, isn't it? He's given nothing away. Landed it in all the right places.
Very good from Joe Root. Excellent stuff. 215 for 5.
Change the bowler, right on round.
Cagey start from Saud Shakil this morning, who's just added 5 to his overnight score and has been very watchful against Joe Root in particular. Good decision from Stokes to give Root the start over Leach with 2 left-handers and 3 now with Mohammad Nawaz coming to the crease. So that was a successful decision from Stokes. His next decision is to replace Anderson with Wood. Saw Mark Wood last evening after play down on the boundary edge, going through some post play stretches and his routines. He looked absolutely shattered, actually. He'd only bowled 11 overs, but he looked extremely tired. Of course, he's coming into this test match after an injury layoff and then a lot of T20 cricket. Hard ask on the body.
It's never easy when you coming back from the injury and you're asked to play on this sort of pitch where you have to really bend your back. And I think Stokes has done a real good job with Wood, giving him short spells, asking him to come and bowl 3, maybe max 4 unless it's really required. And I think once he gets into his rhythm, in his groove, bowl few more overs, he'll be much better going Karachi if he plays that test match. New ball, 7.3 overs remaining. Well, previous game we were all talking about that they should take a new ball, second new ball in the second inning, but Stokes have persisted with the old ball and got the reward. I'm not sure if he's gonna take a new ball here or not, because they are getting a little bit of reverse here.
It's only a touch though, isn't it? It's certainly not as much as they got up in Pindi in that second innings when the old ball was really moving for England, and that's why Stokes delayed the second new ball. But here, there's not that much happening really, other than the fact that England have got tremendous control. Pakistan began 198 for 4. They've only added 18 in what, 45 minutes or so this morning, half an hour or so. Take a bow, Mark Wood, getting one over the batsman's head on this pitch.
Aruj, you have captained Pakistan for a long period, and would you take a new ball once it's due?
Yeah, I think looking at the situation, Athas just mentioned, the ball reversing just marginally, not really doing anything. So I just feel the drop in pace, a graphic that Bazid also just used previously, the drop in pace is so dramatic. I just feel the new ball here with Wood's pace, yeah, surely.
That was a terrific Yorker to finish from Mark Wood, 216 for 5.
New ball now due in 7 overs. More in with the angle. Good Yorker there, but again the new ball will also open up a scoring opportunity for Pakistan. The hard new ball coming onto the bat. But I just feel that in the previous game, or even in the first innings, the older ball was reversing a little bit more significantly. Stokes has been brilliant with the way he's captained and marshaled the troops, and is more about his rotation of his bowlers and reading the situation ahead of it. Has been brilliant.
Noticeable that Root has bowled more slowly through the air today. Yesterday, that low slingy action, bowled quite quickly. Here this morning, he's just been floating it up outside the off stump. Already taken one outside edge. Stokes has reinforced that slip cordon now.
Still a very attacking field, with mid-off, mid-on, up very close to the bat. Opportunities are there, but would you take a risk to go over the top? As South Shakil shown us yesterday that it can be done. He has done it before, even in Pindi. Very slow in the air, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the advantage England have is so much time left in the game, and Pakistan with the scoring rate just under 10 overs now. They've only scored 19 this morning. I just feel he can take a little bit more time if he feels the ball's doing something. 2 runs and over. That's what they've scored with this morning. So also a difficult situation for Pakistan. Nawaz and Shakil, yes, have runs in the domestic setup, but it's the pressure, isn't it? It's the pressure that causes you to make those silly errors in judgment.
Get on, hit it, Rig!
Sneaking a single through to Robinson, who moved a little stiffly to his right, it must be said.
It's good thinking from Pakistani batsmen. Just keep rotating the strike. Make sure that Root won't bowl 5 balls or 6 balls to one individual. In the first inning, Nawaz was looking to be a little bit more positive. He wanted to go over mid-off, got too close to the ball and hit it to mid-off. Will he take that risk again?
220 for 5. Been a nip and tuck test match, a terrific test match, if not quite with the nerve-wracking conclusion yet that we had in Pindi. But I would say over the course of the game it's been a much more watchable test match. Those scores in between 200 and 300, the bowlers have been in the game. It's been terrific to watch.
What's also terrific is Sensodyne, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Sensitivity-free moment.
Well, that just shows you how this pitch is dying and how old the ball is now. 75 overs old. Whacked into the surface by Mark Wood, and it just looped up and barely carried through to Ollie Pope. Saud Shakil's not a tall man at all, but even he had to just duck down his head fractionally. Got up a bit more, and he played it well actually, and sometimes that's the difficulty playing short pitch bowling on a very, very slow pitch. You're just not quite sure. You're not really thinking of ducking because the ball's not getting up, but then when you stand and play, if it gets big on you, you can get in a tangle. He did well to knock that down.
Yeah, if you compare the two bounces Wood bowled, the first one sort of didn't really come up, and the second one, as you mentioned, Athers just took off a little bit. There's a lot of variation in the bounce, and some comes really, really slow, especially what we saw the first one, and the second one just rushed him a little bit. And it is difficult once you leave the first one, which stayed low, and the second one you start thinking there at the crease of should I leave it, should I play? So it is tough. It is very difficult for a batsman.
Yeah, can get through for the single because Crawley is just hanging deep in that position behind square. He's there more for the pull shot, really, to the short ball. It's him just dropping a little deeper again. Two for 5.
Yeah, watch those two deliveries to Drew Bouncers. Wood has bowled to Saud Shakil, who's playing quite nicely. The first one sort of stayed low and he allowed the ball to go. It didn't rise, and it almost went went really close to the helmet. And then what do you do next ball? You just sort of stands up and look to play, and that one just took off. Got to be really patient to sort of manage these sort of deliveries.
Root just picking up 50 wickets in his test career. What an extraordinary feat. 10,000 runs, 50 wickets. And he joins an elite company along with Jack Callis and Steve Waugh. There's just 3 on that list. Some player he is, Joe Root.
Yeah, Callis, an absolutely top-notch, genuine all-rounder. Root and Steve Waugh more of the batters who can bowl variety, but priceless really, having somebody who can chip in. 50 wickets, not an insignificant number. Turn, but very slow turn. Easy for the batsman to get back and play it off the pitch.
All 3 names such integral parts of their team in their eras, holding teams together. Such an extraordinary feat that is, isn't it? It's just 10,000 runs to begin with in its own right. And you can roll your arm over, be that inbuilt bowler in that squad.
Yeah, good shot. Root floating one up again outside off stump, and Mohammad Nawaz sweeping that very firmly in front of square. It went in front of square because of the line of the ball, and the boundary fielder is behind square.
Yeah, if Pakistan want to win this game, they got to take risks, they got to be positive, and Nawaz is doing the job which is required. He plays that sweep shot really well. Yeah, good comeback from Root.
Nice that, Joe.
A little bit quicker, a little bit shorter.
It's a long way away yet. They've just got to take it by 5s and 10s, try and make the target manageable. Root thought he'd sneak one through there, but it's swept fine this time by Mohammad Nawaz, and he'll get 3. .231 for 5, 4 away from the second new ball. Slightly hazy again this morning. It was clear actually about an hour ago, but just got a little hazy now. It's been a cagey start by both teams. England have picked up 1 wicket. That's gone to Joe Root. Raheem Ashraf caught it slip. Scooted through a bit low.
Well, you can't play that delivery from the front foot. You have to really go back, and that one really kept low.
Well, the workers, Vakar, Narouge, were there this morning at sunrise, 14th century shrine. It was beautiful. At sunrise, next to the old fort, place of great peace. We did our opening link for the production back home from there this morning at about 6:45, just as the sun was coming up. It was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it's called the Tomb of Shah Rukh Alam, 1320s. That's where it dates back. And it's a Tawal tea moment. Fans enjoying a lovely cup of tea.
It's an incredible piece of architecture actually, with those kind of turquoise and white tiles on the outside. Just behind there is the old test ground where they played that one test match, Pakistan against West Indies, in the early 80s, and you get a beautiful view down onto the ground and down onto the kind of old city centre. 1981, that test match between Pakistan and West Indies, right down in the town. I think they're planning to try and reconstitute that ground, aren't they? Obviously they'll use this one for the big internationals, but I think they're trying to get that ground back up and running, get it back to some kind of, you know, usable standard for decent first-class cricket. A city this size, I think it's a couple of million, the population, isn't it, of Multan. You'd hope for more than one top-class cricketing facility.
Well, maybe a cricket academy there, that wouldn't be a bad idea. It's very much approachable, right in the heart of Multan. There is an academy here also, just outside the stadium, the High Performance Center. But I think making one there which is closer to everyone, because this is a little bit outside the city, this ground. Yeah, make a few pitches there. It's a beautiful ground. It's a great viewing from there, and not a bad viewing on this ground also. I played a game there. I played against West Indies back in the early 90s. There was one-day match. Inzi got 100 here.
.232 for 5. There's not much happening, you'd have to say. There's not real evidence of reverse swing. And that may be the killer factor for Stokes when he's deciding whether to take the second new ball, which he delayed successfully in that first test match, but that was when the old ball was moving for him. There's not much here, so he may think differently. What he's thinking right now is a bit of Leach, even though there's two left-handers in, which is why he started with Root, and that was a successful move. It just feels after, well, 40, 45 minutes play, 50 minutes play, that the batters have started to get used to Root, and therefore it's time for a bit of Leach just ahead of that decision around the second new ball.
Now with two left-handers at the crease, Leach bringing the ball in, with the ball staying slightly lower as well. They'll have to be careful when they go back onto the crease.
Especially if he takes the new ball, which of course he has done on 2 or 3 occasions in this series already. That harder, shinier ball will skid on. And the way that the batters in the last over to Root look to play back from very full length deliveries, that becomes more problematic if Leach takes a second new ball. We're still 3 overs away, but in preparation, the fourth umpire, oh no, they're old balls. I thought he was bringing out a case of new balls, but clearly not. The old ball must be out of shape.
Tough to judge the 77 overall ball, isn't it? The plan is, it was reversing a little bit. I'm not sure why you need to change it. If there is a little bit of issue, I think you should have carried on. But I have a feeling that Leach has just come on, just get into a little bit of groove, get a rhythm going before the new ball. And I feel that the new ball will be given to Leach, and from one end, because he has bowled well when the ball is harder, newer. You can't get sick of watching these 3 deliveries from 3's big boys. Lovely delivery, pitched and came in sharply, hitting the off stump. Babar was stunned. What about this one? Pace, again ball coming in. And I think that was the moment when we all thought the game might be over very quickly. And then Leach came in, and a couple of really good catches in the slip. Imam batted quite nicely, and this one hard hands. Another brilliant catch in the slip.
Yeah, 3 top-class deliveries from England's seamers yesterday, breaking open the top order, and then it's been a case of hard work since then. 1 apiece for Leach and Root, but a bit of toil. Wickets harder to come by. Leach now 3 overs away from the second new ball. You get that field right, because for the left-handers hitting with the spin, there are more options on perhaps than against Root. So he's got a deep mid-wicket. Anderson at mid-on is 3/4 of the way back to the fence, and Crawley 3/4 of the way back on the sweep as well.
Oh, that's a nice start. You're moving in there, boys. Great start, Nutter.
I could be looking to do 2 things. So Shakil, we saw earlier when Stokes did put more fielders onto the sweep, he took that out completely and looked to give himself room to play through the offside with the ball staying low. At the moment, the line being outside off stump, forcing him to play through the offside. But if he does put that sweep away completely because of the field, he'll still have to be careful with the ball going back in his crease and maneuvering the ball through the offside.
There's that easy single because of how deep Anderson is hanging at mid-on.
Very good this night. Lovely start, bud.
Athers, the other thing, Wood is now bowled 3 overs. The new ball after this due in 2 overs. I'd imagine they'd keep Leach on from one end for exactly the reason that the new ball might skid on. Staying low brings the LBW into play. Who do you give the new ball to from the other end? Wood to rough off some Pakistan feathers?
Well, he could, but he would only have 1 in him, say, given the spell he's bowled. He's not going to bowl any more than 5 overs tops, so he could bowl 1, and then you're looking at Robinson, who hasn't been used yet this morning. It's a bit of spin there for Leach. There's not that much rough outside the left-handers off stump. Oh, that was close. It was close to the stumps. It may have been close to the glove as well. Root will give chase, but will give chase in vain. And runs are given, so there must have been a little flick on the glove as it went past Ollie Pope.
Very lucky, South Shakil. Very innovative. I've not seen him play that shot. Maybe got a glove or maybe a little bit of arm also on the way. That bounce saved him. Could have easily gone on to the stumps. A little bit more encouragement for Leach in this over.
Yeah, Brook is at a leg gully position rather than leg slip. Had he been at leg slip, it probably would have gone straight to him, but he's very square there, which is understandable on this slow pitch. Easy single to finish. 238 for 5. We had a terrific turnout yesterday, Sunday afternoon, and people came in. There was a chance of watching Babar Azam bat, and of course a chance to watch Pakistan set off on this record attempt for a run chase in the 4th innings in a home test match. Not quite as many in today. Monday, a working day.
An hour and 15 minutes to lunch.
Nothing then on Ultra Edge. Runs were given. We thought it had come off the glove, but actually Ultra Edge suggesting nothing. It was very close to the stumps as well, because Saud Shakil got so far over to the offside.
Most difficult job in a game of cricket is wicket keeping, especially when you playing in Pakistan on slow pitches, and when you're also not used to it. Sometimes it's not easy even in England when the ball wobbles and seams around and swing. Very, very difficult and tough job, and I think Pope so far has done extremely good job.
That's the difficulty, taking on the short ball. You're just not quite sure how quickly or indeed how slowly it will come off the pitch.
South Shakil definitely getting a little edgy. He's ducked 1 or 2 deliveries, and then he played it with the soft hands, and this time around he decided to just go after it.
It's good from Wood. The short leg in, and then 4 men dotted around on the leg side. Just as we come up to this second new ball, he's bowling short and as quickly as he can on this very slow surface at Saud Shakil.
Well, I'm sure this changed ball that they've just changed in the before the last over is really a touch harder than what they were playing with before. So I feel it's really coming on a little bit quicker than the older ball.
Not a lot of crowd in, but there's plenty of ice lollies going around for which they might need Sensodyne, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Yeah, I agree with you. It just looks as though this ball that has been changed is perhaps a little harder. Woods found it easier to get it through in this over than the previous one. You'd be pretty miffed as a batting side. Umpires changed the ball at 77 overs. But the seam was split by all accounts and had to be done. .239 for 5. The fears of a much shorter game here in Multan really come to pass. We've had very little morning mist or morning fog. Had the short days at the end, of course, but no shorter than we had in Pindi.
Nice ball, nice one.
115 away, 1 over away to the second new ball. Decision time for Stokes and Pakistan. They've just got to keep chipping away. 5 runs, knock it down by 10, get it below 100. Looks a whole lot better when you get it below 3 figures. Driven firmly over pitch by Leach. Lovely shot from Mohammad Nawaz.
He's got the potential and he's got the talent, Mohammad Nawaz. Right on top of that delivery. A touch risky maybe, but he was very, very close to the ball, so he controlled the shot really well. Nawaz do have 6 centuries in first-class cricket. Highest is 170. So the capacity, the capability is there.
Yeah, and Salman Aga to come, who clearly can bat as well, and then 9, 10, 11. So the tail not quite as long as it was in Pindi, but Pakistan have got to get it down to what, 30, 40 required by the time those bowlers come in, because they can hang around maybe with a batter at the other end, but not that much more than that. So the next 2 wickets have got to add 70 or 80, you would think. For now, runs coming freely in this over.
Yeah, it's been good so far from Nawaz. He's looked for runs when the opportunities presented itself. He swept well, and in very quiet fashion, the partnership is now 36. They've batted along 10 overs and they've done well.
Don't think Mohammad Nawaz realised that Saud Shakil hadn't moved at the non-striker's end. He just set off very casually for what he thought was an easy single, and he looked up and Shakil was unmoved. He had to quickly get the brakes on. $80 overs done. That second new ball is available for England. It's been really excellent cricket this morning. Very tense, very tight. 1 wicket to England, but a good partnership now between Shakil and Nawaz. It's drinks time here at Multan.
.246 for 5. One of the key stats is that 80 overs have gone with the old ball, and no surprise at all. New ball available, new ball taken. And this next 40 minutes with this new ball is going to be absolutely crucial. It could well decide that Kookaburra ball if we go to Karachi 1-1, or if England win back-to-back tests and win the series and win 2 test matches in Pakistan in a fortnight. Something that they've only ever done in the history of the game. They've won 2 tests out here. So a vital half hour or so with the new Kookaburra ball. 2 batters, 2 left-handers in. This is the game right here. It will come onto the bat a bit better. Runs will flow quicker, but those cracks will do more off those cracks and quicker.
Still got to hit them. That's always the thing with pitches like this. Let's just face it. Let's look at the odds. 98% of it is in very good nick.
Yeah, and you feel for the left-handers, especially from this media end, there are slightly less cracks, slightly. The ball that got Barber out yesterday was from this end. Barber being the right-hander, it was way outside off stump. So that's why maybe they've gone yet another left-hander and held Salman back. This was the line yesterday. Now that line to a left-hander, Barber having a look at it. Left-hander's going to pitch way outside leg.
Yeah, you've got to try and find the equivalent. It's the needle in the haystack, the equivalent from maybe around the wicket.
One wicket has gone this morning to the older ball, and Root bowled really well this morning from round the wicket to all the left-handers. His 50th test match wicket to go with his 10,000 plus test match runs. Only the 3rd person in the history of the game to do that. Into the hands of Crawley at slip, Fahim Ashraf. Steady stats.
Talking about left-handers, number 4, 5, 6 this innings, Pakistan had left-handers. Imam obviously dropping down the order, but that's been the first time ever in test match cricket for Pakistan that those 3 spots have been left-handers.
A flash outside the off stump to end the first over with the new ball. 247 for 5.
Around the wicket, just that angle created, straightening up slightly, but Nawaz just go at the ball.
Well, who's going to take the new ball At the opposite end, it looks like it's still going to be Joe Root with the harder ball. What do we think of this, lads? Anderson or Root with a new ball?
This is pure Stokes. And as with everything Stokes, give it a moment to see whether it's genius or fanciful.
Well, it was Leach in the last game with a new ball. Got wickets. He got Azhar Ali out in the first innings, and then that vital wicket, the winning wicket in Pindi as the light was fading. It's Root with a new ball in Multan.
And again, with the new ball, it's the one that doesn't spin or comes back towards that front pad, which is the danger ball.
Absolutely. Which in a silly sort of way brings the outside edge into play, because a batter will be remembering the ones that have skidded on, and then suddenly one will land in that rough. So both edges in play here, inside edge pad and then the outside edge slip. Hasn't really played a shot in anger today.
I was going to say, not from that length as well, just too full. He hasn't played a shot in anger yet, but Pakistan are still chipping away at what's required, and his presence at the crease is absolutely vital.
Oh, the tempter.
Sensible from Saud. It was just that little bit shorter, wasn't it? Because you sense that Joe Root was actually trying to make that little adjustment, trying to pull it back a foot, foot and a half from the full half volleys at the start of the over to something that might just beat a bat, and he just dropped it just that fraction too short. And because it's so slow, just the easy nudge for one.
Nawaz down the pitch, not in complete control, but he'll get the boundary. The difference in style in the two left-handers. One's going to block his way to this target, one's going to try and smash it. 252 for 5.
Well, I like the attitude. In other words, new ball, let's just try and dismiss it, let's try and put the pressure back on England and their bowlers. I'm not quite sure I like the heave. It was effective, yet not beautiful.
It was a heave, summed up really well from David then. He didn't like the heave, but he liked the 4 that he got. 27 from 32 from Nawaz. He's playing a little cameo here. Another hour of him. If he's there at lunch, Pakistan won't be that far away because he's playing his shots. Shakil's seen it differently. He's going to be there, try and occupy the crease.
Robinson browned the wicket to South Shakil. This is the first innings in Rawalpindi where just a little hint of movement away from over the wicket, the angle exaggerated, and he got South Shakil flirting outside off stump. And there was a period of play when he went over the wicket, and that posed a bit of problem for Saud Shakil. They haven't done that so many times there, but now he's gone over the wicket.
Yeah, he's listening to you. As he's gone over the wicket there. Problem with over the wicket to the left-hander, the length they're trying to bowl to hit those cracks. Hard to get an LBW because it'll be pitching outside the line of leg stump most likely. He'll have to get really tight to the stumps. That's why when it gets uneven, round the wicket becomes an option. But he'd have to get very tight. If he goes wide on the crease to the left-hander, then he'll be pitching outside leg, the length they're bowling, which is hit the deck length.
Well, you're always looking for some form of advantage. I'd actually still prefer him to go around the wicket, despite that dismissal in Rawalpindi.
He's tight to the stumps there. That he can pitch in line and get the LBWs. He'll mix it up. Very good bowler. I think we underplay how good Robinson has been. Averaging 16 this year, Ollie Robinson with the ball. Scamper through. They've run well, these two.
Yeah, Robinson's had a mixture in some senses. Australia wasn't his finest hour, but after that, he's picked himself up. It's important that he's taken on board various lessons and encouragements. In fact, more than encouragements. A lot of finger wagging early in the year, but those are great figures.
There's that bounce. Wrapped him on the finger. New ball just does it quicker. 253 for 5.
Saud Shakil, 74 from 185 deliveries, strike rate of 40. He ain't going to worry about that strike rate as long as he's still there lunchtime and beyond. A little bit of extra bounce just at the end of that previous over. Robinson, of course, has the highest delivery point of these England bowlers, so if there is any bounce, it's all relative. He will get it. Might have done one of your fingers in that, Nash.
Yeah, that would have been 6 weeks off for me, that. Snapped finger. Now this is the battle. We've had one ball from Root to Nawaz, which he charged. Mid-off and mid-on are hovering. Tall men as well. Anderson and Robinson. Slapped through the covers. Game on here. The target now under 100. It's into double figures. For Pakistan, they need 97 more.
Yeah, Nawaz, in T20 cricket, he's used as a power hitter against spin. He's very comfortable taking spin on. He's hit one down the ground, this one through the covers, so don't worry, he'll take it on.
Well, it does work, doesn't it? If he's the one prepared to take the risks and it comes off, while Saud just plays the same role continually at the other end, it certainly works for Pakistan as a plan.
Just keep an eye on Pope's glove work as well. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be people charging. There's going to be slog sweeps. One chance that comes, Pope's got to grab it, a stumping or a fine edge. No folks, they've gone with Pope. They want to, I don't think so, not to Wood. Sensible call. fascinating stuff, it really is. It's thrilling. 2:59 for 5. You're getting up in England, just gone 6 a.m. I know it's a work day and there's some snow down in various parts of the country. This could go either way. 3-match series, England already 1-0 up. We can wrap it up here or we can go to Karachi level. Next couple of hours will decide that. Coach not looking overly stressed, he never does.
Mohammad Nawaz got 170 as his highest in first class cricket, got 187 as his highest in list A cricket, so he does take it to the bowlers and it's been good from him. Genuine all-rounder in first class cricket. Do you still go with spin at the other end? Does Anderson now get a ball? It's just getting to that stage when you need decisions.
Oh, a flash outside the off stump. Personally, I would have gone with Anderson with the new ball. England's greatest ever bowler, England's greatest ever new ball bowler. And the ball that he bowled yesterday to dismiss Rizwan up front was one of the best he's ever bowled, and he could hit a crack at that far end. Maybe spin one end and he'll rotate the 3 big lads from the other. I would have gone with him. I'm not far off giving him a go anyway. We shall see. .50 partnership. They're ticking them off. Small milestones, less than 100 now required. 50 partnership, get it down to 50 required. They were 10 minutes away from a drawn game last game. Can they get over the line here? Should just be one. Wood does very well.
While we're at it, just a reminder that Osaka will be adding 10,000 Pakistan rupees to every batsman who hits the boundary when those LED boards are lit with the Osaka logos.
He looks vulnerable out there. He looks vulnerable outside his off stump against the new ball. 261 for 5.
Yes, why I like Robinson from round the wicket, because it's an angle which is still relatively unfamiliar to left-handers, so you're feeling for your off stump. You're not quite sure where your off stump is. This is a very bottom-handed jab at a ball which is wide of off stump. So close, but from Robinson's angle not quite close enough. From England's angle not quite close enough.
Well, he's mixing it up. As I said in the last game, Leach got wickets with a new ball, so Stokes has gone to Leach now. That rough will come into play more with the new ball. It will bounce out of there and do it quicker. And it may well also tempt Saud Shakil down the pitch. He has not done that today at all. Previous 8 days of Test match cricket, he's used his feet to leach as much as possible. This may just tempt him to go back to his mode that he loves, which is using his feet and belting leach over the top. We shall see.
Go on in, Nutter. Come on, boy.
Well, another tempter. This time Anderson does go back. How far back does he go? He's hovering at mid-on, nearly to long-on. Good take, Ollie Pope. Mind a short leg in with the bounce you'll get with this new ball. I'm trying to work out where from, maybe from extra cover and try and get him driving out of that rough. Man goes on the sweep for the top edge. Just a short leg with the bounce that Leach will get with a newer ball.
Nice boy. Oh.
262 for 5.
Big test for Ben Stokes this. So much has gone so well for him since he took over the role as England captain. This is one where the ambition to be a series winner will be in his mind for sure. And it's just a question of finding that moment. One of Stokes' great strengths is he does portray this image of a man unconcerned by circumstances around him, which is always good to show both to the troops on the field and to those all around. But we're getting pretty desperate for a couple of wickets now.
And I've yet to see him warm up in the Test match, either before play and have a bowl or during play. Now, whether he's carrying a niggle, Bazid's been calling for him to bowl for the last 2 days. Whether he's got a niggle after that long spell in the last game, whether he just thinks 3 seamers are fine, but he's often the man that makes things happen. He's often golden arm, isn't he, that just suddenly gets one from somewhere. I wonder if he can dig deep and find a spell either side of lunch. Doesn't seem interested in bowling at the moment.
Yeah, you can imagine my old colleague, friend and colleague, Mr. Botham, Lord Botham of Baron Botham of Ravensworth. Might be tempted, if he were leading this side, to say, leave this to me.
Oh, that's a tight run. Get home.
Well, usual rules apply. It might be tight, but as long as both men go straight away, it's amazing how often you will get in. We've seen a couple of needless run-outs in the England second innings where the communication wasn't as effective, and he's home comfortably.
Yeah, Duckett just had to run round it a fraction and be in the right arm thrower, and as David Gow said, both batters went, which was the key. No hesitation at all. He looks flirty out there, doesn't he? Maybe another slip in. He looks vulnerable out there, outside his off stump. Not as comfortable with this angle of attack. That's 3 now. He's had a waft at.
He's always going at the ball. That's the way Nawaz will play, and that sort of angle and just straightening the length perfect. England desperate for a nick off.
Root and Stokes wait for the outside edge, as does Pope.
Well, he's flirting at the moment with Robinson, but he's also provided some of the boundaries, the needed boundaries, to keep Pakistan heading in the right direction this morning. A lot of bottom hand in the way he plays, and a lot of wrist as well. So one of the reasons he's flirting outside the off stump, it's not a full back lift, it's not a steady bringing down of the bat, it's a flick of the wrists.
Down the pitch, that was a beautiful shot. That wasn't a flick of the wrist, it was just a punch, and it was a punch for 4. 267 for 5.
And that's what he'll provide. He might flirt outside the off stump this time. Change of tactic, just down the track, the ball closer to him, and just caresses it through the offside, through the covers.
Well, having admonished Mohammad Nawaz for the flick of the wrists that counted as flirting, much better shot at the end of that last over, where the mechanics were ever so different. Good pick up, good straight bat. So instead of that flick of the wrist aiming behind square, by getting himself close to the ball and keeping a straight bat, he turned himself into a fine off driver.
Yeah, I think the use of the feet help, and also the line. I think when it's closer to him, then the bat just comes through. There's nothing wrong with that, I can tell you. That's perfect. It's when it's wider he has a bit of a waft.
And just getting to that stage now where England needs something to happen. They need a wicket, they need something now back their way. Still 87 required, but it seems now Pakistan just with the ascendancy.
Well, England will focus obviously on the need to take wickets, and in the back of people's minds watching and assessing the game as a whole. Those couple of run-outs I mentioned, the failure to bat Pakistan out of the game when they could have done.
Outside the line, I think outside the line. Leach agrees. Stokes not interested again.
Nice nut, nice nut.
Change of angle to try. No, he's going to go back. He's going to go back over the wicket. It's outside the line. Hard sweep, man out there. Crawley. as we saw with that replay, if it hits you in line from that angle, it could well go down the leg side. That's why Leach is now changing and coming round to bring LBW into play. Playing well, they're running well, these two. 270 for 5.
Yeah, it's a really good way of keeping the pressure on the fielding side, because annoying little quick singles like that just tick off another run. It puts pressure on the fielders because they're thinking, how can we stop this? Takes minds away from just the simple business of trying to take wickets. Just shows also that positive intent, which, you know, is an easy phrase to say, but it's things like that that actually put it into practice, not just the odd hit for 4. It's just the whole attitude while you're at the crease.
Well, he couldn't hold back his veteran bowler any longer. It was Robinson for a while, and with a newer, harder Kookaburra ball, it is going to be James Anderson. The amount of times and the amount of captains that would have said, come on, Jimmy, get me one, Jim. Not many times he would have been the 5th bowling option in an England lineup. Round the wicket, Anderson to 2 left-handers. He's done it before. Can he do it today?
There's always moments in test matches where you think if this moment passes, then one team will get towards that line in the end. I think this is a particularly significant moment, this sort of moment where Jimmy Anderson with the new ball, if he can nick one out, nick a couple of out, then England are way ahead. But also I sense that spin right now will not do the job. What, you've got 85 runs to play with. I don't think you can wait any longer. You need either Wood, Stokes. Well, I've called for him so long, but he hasn't bowled. I think you need pace from both ends, because they look so comfortable getting spin. Shakil has just gone around his business. Nawaz has attacked spin. Do England now have the runs to wait longer? And it's a hard new ball. It's the ball that maybe will give Wood a bit more pace. That short ball will come into play. They've still got Salman to come, so they've still got batting to come. I think now he still has enough runs that, okay, Wood goes for a few, he can still revert back to spin, but I reckon this is the moment that he has to attack.
Edge, but in the gap, and that will go away for 4. Useful runs, they'll take it however they come. He moves into the 80s, Shakil.
Just a little further into the 80s, yeah. Yeah, it's just a guessing game, isn't it? When the slips have had no chances throughout the game. Even that was angled down all the way.
Down the pitch now. Puck leg side, good running again. Runs will come with the newer ball, and they have done. Do 75 for 5.
Well, the fourth day of a really excellent test match here in Multan. Much more watchable contest on a pitch that had offered something for the bowlers. And it's bubbling up now to a conclusion. It's been an excellent morning for Pakistan after that early loss of Fahim Ashraf, who was taken at slip off Joe Root. But since then, towards the second new ball and just beyond, Mohammad Nawaz and Saud Shakil have looked very calm. Lovely shot. He's got some nerves of steel, clearly, Saud Shakil. He's got an excellent record in first-class cricket, an excellent record in the fourth innings of matches in first-class cricket. And he's leading the way for Pakistan here.
In order for Pakistan to get home, he will have to hold this batting line together. He's on 89 and he's played exceptionally well. And his temperament has been really good to watch. It's that what it is. We keep talking about, yes, you've got the first-class experience, but the pressure and how you tackle that within yourself, the temperament in particular. Saud Shakil and Abdullah Shafiq both have been extremely impressive. 90 now. As Pakistan take away run, 75 for them.
Yeah, he's almost been chanceless. He gave that one sharp chance yesterday, 1:37 p.m. yesterday. He was on 4 and he just nudged one to the leg side, and it was a very tough chance, but it was a chance, and it's really the only one he's offered. Top edge, but safe. Crawley comes round. Mohammad Nawaz will pick up 2 more.
The other feature of his game has been that where he's been smart about the fields that have been in play, and he's looked to open them up, to open up scoring opportunities for him. Has had a couple of top edges on the sweep, but just the one man behind on square, who now moves up.
Yeah, Stokes has moved Crawley to exactly where that top edge went and moved Leach in the deep squarer. .282 for 5. The thing about these run chases as well is, as you get closer towards the target, it sometimes becomes more difficult, particularly for the batsman, to just stay in the moment. Your mind starts to wander, and you start to think to the victory target and the winning post, and that's when it can get a bit dangerous. You've got to try and stay in the moment if you can, and just play ball by ball.
I don't think Pakistan dressing room will be thinking that we are in control of the game, we're winning this game at this stage. But once I think the score comes down from 50, I think that's what you're saying, that pressure will come, the belief will come, and then also with that belief is going to be nervousness.
And now you're thinking ahead, Bakar. Which, yeah, I mean, I think it's the worst place to be in the dressing room in this situation. Give me the middle any time. I'd much prefer to be out there. Watching in the dressing room is just a horrendous place to be. It's such a nerve-wracking thing. And when there's a partnership on, I don't know about the Pakistan dressing room, but the England dressing room used to be a very superstitious place. Nobody could move seats. You had to stay where you were when things were going well. Nicely played, very compact player, Saud Shakil. And he moves to 92.
Yeah, I'm sure not just in your dressing room. I'm sure it's a similar feeling in plenty of dressing rooms. Superstition. You stay where you are. It's lovely. But you break this game up. 74 this partnership now. After Fahim fell, 92 for Shakil, 40 for Nawaz.
played, bit of bounce with this second new ball that's still quite hard and wrapped him on the fingers. I think that's the second time actually he's taken a blow to the fingers this morning. Once from Wood, this one from Anderson.
Yeah, lots of cracks right in your face as a batsman, and it always plays in your mind that the ball hits the crack, it will do something. And if you have a good technique, which Saud Shakil have, you can manage.
Sweetly played, but Will Jacks is out there at a very wide third man, almost deep backward point.
A Tapal T would help to deal with that nerves going around a Tapal T moment as the fans enjoy. I can send some across to the dressing rooms as well.
I like that approach from Nawaz. When you're not comfortable with the length which all these fast bowlers bowling, maybe use your feet. Don't be scared of doing that. Be a little bit innovative. And he's done it against Robinson, where he hit a beautiful shot through the cover for 4. And that's what he's looking to do.
In response, Anderson just drops Duckett to deep square leg, as if to say to Mohammad Nawaz, you can leap down the track. I may be 40 years old, but I can still put one round your lug holes. .286 for 5. Just in case Pakistan fans watching don't know what a lug hole is, it's a northern term for ears.
Yep, got me wondering. I've been up in England a couple of years, but never heard that before. So, bowl the short one around his ears.
There's a crowd has been coming in all morning. Not as full as it was yesterday by any stretch, but it's not a bad turnout on the 4th morning, Monday morning, a working day here in Multan, and very tense test match here. You couldn't call the winner yet. Pakistan have had a good morning. Marcus Trescothick on interview last night said that the majority of wickets in this test matches have fallen in the first session of the day, and that was England's hope, but so far only one. Looks like there might be a bit of short stuff coming here now from Wood. Just looking at the field, 3 men set back on the leg side. Jack's the squarest of the 3, Duckett and Crawley. And Brook in at short leg, and Root now just coming to another position on the leg side. So no slips, only a couple in front of square on the offside. Wood round the wicket. Bit of short stuff coming, I suspect, with a fly slip as well. That's Jack Leach.
It will be easy for a batsman to leave the newish ball, because the older ball was hard to tackle, but new ball, more sheen on it, and once you bang it short, especially with Wood space, it will just go through nicely. So it will be touch easier to duck.
Crawley is fine but cannot stop the ball. That is a precious boundary for Pakistan. Crawley was fine, but the combination of the Wood's pace, and he only barely really clipped the thigh pad or the back of the pad, so it went quickly down to fine leg.
Every run, every boundary will not only cheer the dressing room, but it will lift the crowd up too, which is building nicely.
Yeah, you look at the field here as well. Deep backward square and duck it in between where Crawley was fine leg, looking for that mistimed top edge. That didn't get anywhere near the lug holes. It's almost like a plug-in where Duckett is standing at the moment. Obviously the surface not the quickest, so he's expecting the mistimed top edge not to fly over. There are bigger boundaries here, just there. So with yes, the ball is new, but surface obviously not as quick. He's expecting the top edge not to go over.
Is it a glove? It is! The strategy has worked for England. Very good. Mark Wood round the wicket, short ball, angling in. And it's just flicked the glove down the leg side. That's the wicket that England wanted.
Yeah, Nawaz couldn't really help himself. He did duck couple, but eventually decided to go after it. He's played few shots, but this one just coming in. He wanted to just scoop it a little bit on the onside and got a little tickle. Just a little glove on it. And that's the wicket they were looking for. They were getting a little frustrated. You can see that, you can tell. And they know the importance of this wicket. They've broken the partnership, which was excellent. They both batted really well for 80 runs, but now Nawaz gone for 45, batted superbly. It's 296, 290 for 6, I beg your pardon.
Tremendous test match has been swinging back and forth, and with that sixth wicket to go, it just tilts England's way again. Pakistan 290 for 6. They're still 65 runs away, and this was a good combination really between Wood and Stokes, who decided that a short pitch ploy was the way to go with this second new ball. And Wood delivered a fast ball down the leg side that Mohammad Nawaz could only glove to Ollie Pope, and it looks from the field as if Salman Agha is going to get a bit more short stuff as well. 290 for 6, 65 away.
Excellent from Stokes again. This strategy has been on point, and then for Wood to execute it to the absolute T. The plan was there, and you could tell by the emotion when that wicket fell what it meant when the plans go absolutely perfect. He played well, of course, Nawaz. He was the one who came up and upped the ante just a little bit with the runs.
Well, it's a while since England have had a right-hander in their sights. It was Imam and Shakil all the way through the afternoon, then Fahim Ashraf, Mohammad Nawaz, now a right-hander. And Wood is steaming in here. It will be a short spell before lunch, but a fast one, 290 for 6.
Not much batting to come after these two. If Pakistan had to win this game, South Shakil had to do a bulk of the work. He's the one who's got to really take charge and make sure that he gets 100 and he gets a big one. Salman Agha very decent with the bat, but another partnership required from these two.
Yeah, looking at 9-10 Jai, you'd think, well, those three plus a batter could put on 30 maybe, but you feel that these two have got to get that total down to 30, 40 at least. They need to put on 20 or 30, these two. Minimum.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more. Probably requires a 50 partnership here.
I still feel Shakil will be key here. 94, he's been out for a long time now, 210 deliveries. If Pakistan are to win this, I still feel he will have to be there at the end. We talk about Pakistan having a shorter tail this time round in Zahid Abrar and Muhammad Ali, but they showed that they could hang around. Obviously, the pressure gets to you. Keep chipping away. That's what they've done really well this morning, Pakistan. Yep, it's that time again when you need some Sensodyne for a sensitivity-free moment, because life is indeed too short for sensitive teeth, amongst other things.
Well, Anderson has got a right-hander in his sights now. He bowled the ball of the game, really, to get rid of Mohammad Rizwan. He's had a lot of left-handers to bowl to since then. Not that he's done that much bowling, actually, only into his 13th over. But his line generally is immaculate to right-handers. Got one slip, two catches on the offside, and those of us who've looked at the pitch feel that there are more cracks down the line of the right-hander's off stump than there are for the left-hander. Easier to get an LBW, of course, against the right-handers than the left-handers from over the wicket where those cracks are. And that's what Anderson's looking to do at the moment. He's looking to bowl straight, target the stumps. Harry Salman Agha's front pad.
Well, as a batsman, Athers, when you're standing and looking to face a batsman and you see all these cracks, you think it plays in your mind. Lovely delivery, wonderful delivery. I was just asking about the cracks as a batsman when you're there and you just walked in and you see, you know, all this rubbish right in front of you, and you start thinking what it plays in your mind, or you just say, okay, I don't care, I'm just going to play the ball.
Well, you have to try and put it out of your mind. Of course, that's easier said than done, particularly if you get one that hits the side of a crack and it maybe jags a little. I mean, what you'd say to yourself here, that if you get one like Baba got, well, fair enough, but they've been so few and far between that generally it's a good pitch. Oh my word, that was close. You can see what Anderson is trying to do. 291 for 6.
Well, they were all out there this morning looking at the cracks and talking about it, and probably thinking this is the area where we're going to land. We're going to try to bowl there, and doing it beautifully. Anderson, so much experience. He knows anything land in those cracks will trouble the batsman. We see in the morning the odd one sort of jumps also from those cracks. So keeping it very, very simple. Came in, it was almost took the off stump. Very similar delivery to what we saw to Babar. This one just bounced a bit.
It's probably not easy as well, where, yes, you sort of don't let that affect you, but when you've seen two absolute beauties jack back, it surely does keep playing in your mind. It's the same end where Robinson got Babar and Wood got Abdullah Shafiq, where I felt the one from Robinson to Babar definitely jacked back, because the trajectory of the ball wasn't like it was looking to duck back in too much. The one from Wood to Abdullah Shafiq had that natural reverse back in and continued with the angle to go through the gate.
And that's the advantage that Anderson will feel he has against Salman, the right-hander. He's at the end where Robinson got Babar Azam and where Wood got Abdullah Shafiq. There are a line of cracks, probably actually around where those balls pitched, but also just to the right of them, just outside the line of the off stump, and that's where Anderson is looking to pitch and jagging it back towards the stumps and the pads. And it's easier for him to do that clearly against a right-hander than left. So important wicket on 2 counts really. One, because Mohammad Nawaz was playing so well, and secondly, it brings a right-hander to the crease. Careful down there, careful down there. It's Pope moving away smartly to his right, and England believe they've got another. Yeah, umpires will confer. Looking at Saud Shakil's body language, he thinks he's in trouble. The soft signal is out, and this short pitch ploy from Wood has done the trick.
The umpire to director. We have an umpire review for a fair catch. The soft signal on the field is out. I have checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Take me to front on, please. Can you take me to your best angle for the catch, please? Well, in the gloves, it appear to be. Is it staying in the gloves? Can you take it back slowly? And go forward. Looks like the gloves is on there. Do you have any other angle? Looks like the gloves are under it. I can't tell exactly. Do you have any other angle? It's gone into the glove. I'm trying to determine whether the fingers remain under the ball. It's in the glove, in the glove. Very close. I can't tell if the fingers have remained under the ball. Let's come out of that and go back slow, slow, slow. Fingers look like they've remained under the ball. One more time for me. Fingers are under. Looks like the fingers have remained under the ball. One more time. Decision for the big screen. I have a decision for the big screen.
Big moment in the game, this. Saud Shakil, who'd played so well for his 94, has tickled one down the leg side, and Joel Wilson, the third umpire, had a decision to make. In his view, he thinks that Pope got his gloves underneath the ball. I think you could argue otherwise. I think you could argue that the gloves were on the ball but not necessarily under the ball, and a bit of the ball was touching the grass, but that is not the opinion of Joel Wilson, the third umpire. And Saud Shakil, approaching what would have been an excellent maiden 100, has gone for 94, and Pakistan still needs 64 away now, and England are through to the bowlers. Well, it's Mark Wood who's turned this game for England after a very good partnership between Mohammad Nawaz and Saud Shakil. Stokes turned to his colleague from Durham, said, give me a fast spell and some short stuff before lunch. And Wood has come hurtling in, and he's got rid of the two left-handers, both in similar fashion, actually. Short ball spearing in, and batsman unable to get out of the way and unsure what to do down the leg side.
Yeah, as much as it's been brilliant from Stokes and field placement and Wood, but you sort of have to question Pakistan wanting to continue to play that line. Pope's done well to catch that. The decision obviously lies with the third umpire, and he felt there were fingers underneath and hence out. But again, coming back to Nawaz first, Saud Shakil second, the plan was there. The plan was there to bowl that short stuff. The field was set, and for both batters to sort of keep following the ball. Yeah, I just feel the game has slipped from Pakistan now.
We're saying a couple of things about that decision. One, it's not an easy decision. Secondly, that although we have a soft signal these days, it's for the third umpire to determine what he feels to be the correct decision. And Joel Wilson had numerous looks. He took a long, hard look at it from various angles, super slow-mos, blown up, magnified as best that we could, and that's close as well, but probably just going down the leg side. But it shows the difficulties of facing a fast bowler on a slow dying pitch. Oof, right as the clock ran down, Stokes calls a review.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Right, no shot has... Alim, any shot has been played? No shot? He's playing a shot. Okay, he's playing a shot. Thank you, Alim. Can you go to ball tracker? No bat involved. Ball tracker, please. Ball tracker coming up now. Ball pitching outside off. Impact umpire's call and wickets missing. So Alim, you'll be staying with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Put Alim on screen, please. Alim, you're on screen.
Well, the players had not even waited really for the third umpire to call that. They were off for lunch. It's been an outstanding morning's cricket. Excellent cricket. England will be very happy in the end with the 3 wickets that they've taken, but for a long time during that partnership between Mohammad Nawaz and Saud Shakil, looked as though Pakistan were getting towards the victory target, having only lost that 1 wicket in the morning. Then Stokes turned to Wood, and that's when it all changed really. Mohammad Nawaz first of all to a catch from Pope, and then just before lunch, Saud Shakil, who played beautifully for 94. A moment that will be debated long and hard, but the opinion that counts is that of the third umpire, who determined that Pope had got his fingers under the ball. It wasn't completely clear cut. So England go to lunch now, full of confidence. Pakistan still 64 away, but we're down to the bowlers now, along with Salman Agha, who's yet to score. Bra Ahmed has joined him. And then we've got Zahid Mahmood and Muhammad Ali to come. 291 for 7, 64 away from the victory target to level this series. Mark Wood, he's been the bowler of the morning for England. He's picked up 3 wickets, but 2 very important ones in the last 20 minutes before lunch. A wicket apiece for Anderson, Root, Leach and Robinson. What a test match this has been. Pakistan in their second innings, 291 for 7, 64 runs to win still. Well, it was to Anderson and Root that Stokes turned at start of play, and Root mainly because 2 left-handers were at the crease, and Root obliged with the early wicket of Fahim Ashraf. Then Mohammad Nawaz and Saud Shakil played with great cool and calmness, and some good shots in there as well. Stokes then had to keep changing his bowling, looking to break what was becoming a very dangerous partnership as far as England were concerned. Second new ball was taken initially by Robinson and Root, then Anderson had a go, then Leach had a go, and finally Stokes turned to Mark Wood, and the strategy was clear, with Wood coming in, bowling quickly and short down the leg side. That was the first of the wickets to go. Pope taking the catch down the leg side, and then moments later another one, albeit a more difficult decision because of how Pope took that catch, which didn't seem to suggest that those gloves were under the ball, but it was a fascinating final half hour before lunch, and that's where we stand. Pakistan 291 for 7. England need 3 wickets to wrap up this series 2-0. Pakistan to level it needs 64 runs to win. Half-hour break from us, and then the second session of play.
Well, the morning of the fourth day, Nawaz and Saud Shakil gave Pakistan hope with that partnership and took them to a chase in double digits. It's just the moments when England strikes back and Mark Wood removes both Saud Shakil and Nawaz, once again bringing England back in this game with Pakistan still needing 64 to win this match and level the series. So 3 wickets versus 64 runs. That's how it is at lunch on day 4. This is what has happened in the game. The important part is the bottom of your screen. Pakistan need 64 runs to win. England needs 3 wickets. So all in all, it's all about Salman Agha and England's bowling attack. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Here we are. We, as Pakistan, were celebrating half an hour ago, and one man was sitting quietly saying it's not over yet. It was David Gower, of course. And I guess you've been watching the game very closely. Just like last evening when Pakistan lost Imam, they just lost a bit of momentum. Again, Pakistan got off to a good start, and then losing those wickets puts them, I wouldn't say the game is even, Stevens. It's more towards England now.
We have a thing we use in our political coverage at home, which is called a swingometer. And it swings one way gently, one way the other. And this morning it swung a long way towards Pakistan with that partnership and way away from England. But in the last 10, 15 minutes, boing, it's gone back again.
It has.
Those wickets were absolutely vital to England. Desperate stuff for the new ball. I mean, Mark Wood tries his heart out each and every day. And although you'd say they weren't fearsome deliveries, they were just enough to create that little flick of the wrist as the glove and the bat go by at the end, just enough to unsettle things.
What could be the discussion in the Pakistan camp? 64 could be a long journey if Pakistan just goes on the defense. They still got Salman, who's a proper bat, and then he's got a bat with the tail end as the 3 remaining.
I don't think they can overthink it, or I don't think they should overthink it too much. You've got 64. Yes, he's batting with Abrar now. He has to look for every opportunity. There's plenty of time in the game, so that's not a rush. Stokes will obviously have obvious plans, and which is something that was a little bit difficult to watch. But what Saud Shakil and Nawaz did, the leg slip was there. There were men for the mistimed pull shot, and it sort of played into the hands of that. So Salman obviously not as experienced, but I think he just have to stand his ground, back his technique, and probably play 10 runs at a time. It's easier said than done. 64 is a lot of runs at this point, especially when you've got the tail on the other hand, which obviously hasn't much experience with the bat. So I think it's like you said, it hasn't swung back right in the middle. It's probably swung a significant way towards England's side with that Nawaz wicket and then Saud Shakil.
Getting closer to the pitch is always a tricky thing. That's why we remain pitch side. We'll go to Zainab and Waqar, and let's find out from Waqar, what are the possibilities of trying to get those 64 if Pakistan wants to level the series?
Thanks, Sikandar. Well, Pakistan were on top of things until the last half an hour or 20 minutes or so, Waqar. I'm going to get straight to the point. That Saud Shakil dismissal, was that out or not out?
Yeah, well, he's in the dressing room now, so definitely, given out. But for me, I think it was a kind of a shocker because I didn't think that ball, it did carry for a little bit, but then when it goes upstairs and you look at the replays, different angles, you can clearly see the ball sort of, touching the ground, nothing underneath. I'm not sure what Joe Wilson saw in that, but for me, I feel that ball was clearly touching the ground. There was nothing underneath it. But yeah, in the modern days, once it's given out, went upstairs, given out, it's most likely that it will be given out. So that's what happened.
Well, controversial decision, but nothing can be done about that. No. In terms of Pakistan's performance so far, they seem to be losing wickets at key points. That happened yesterday as well, and today. Saud Shakil was on 94, just 6 runs away from his 100, and then we saw that with Mohammad Nawaz. He got a bit of momentum going for Pakistan, scoring quickly. Why do you think that is the case with this side?
Look, I think one should praise the partnership between Nawaz and Saud Shakil. They both batted very nicely and they both were positive. They were looking to win this game. In the entire inning, I think the Pakistani was just being very, very positive. They played very well, but it's just unfortunate that these things happen. On a fourth-day pitch, which is not really offering much pace, in the odd wall keeping low, there's so many cracks on the pitch. It is very tough. It is difficult to bat on this surface, and I think both of them batted well, and this was, you know, these things can happen. You know, you can lose wickets at the wrong time. Ideal would have been that if they both would have been out there, 64 runs wouldn't have been an issue after that. But both gone now. Pakistan in a deep trouble. You know, Salman Agha has got to do the bulk of the work if Pakistan have to win from here.
Yeah, I was going to just come to that. Salman Agha, you know, we've seen his contributions so far in the series. What do you make of him, and do you think he can sort of play that role in winning it for Pakistan?
Yeah, he batted really well in the previous game. I think he's got the potential. He's got the what it takes to, you know, win games from these. He's batted with the tail before also. He knows how to bat with the tail, but the biggest worry is the newish ball. The ball is still very new. And the pressure created by the fielders around the bat is a lot. So you have to handle that also and also get runs. So it is not easy, but it's doable, but tough one.
Now, if you were the coach of the Pakistan cricket team, which you have been in the past, what would be your team talk right now to the boys?
I would probably keep it simple. I said, I will first of all praise the whole thing, was, you know, the way we played this test match. And then, of course, you know, I cannot really control the results. What I can do is go out there and give my best. And I think that's what they need to do. As I say, Salman Agha is the man who's got to really play with the tail and make sure that you don't give too much to the tail to handle. And play some shots. Don't be scared of playing shots, because if you score runs, that's the only way England will get under pressure.
Right, thank you so much for your thoughts, Waqar. You heard it from Waqar Yunus that they need to be able to score those runs and stay positive. It's back to you guys in the studio, Sikandar.
Thank you, Zainab. Interesting point, putting Waqar in sort of a situation. I'll put this one to David and to you as well. Talking about that dismissal of Saud Shakil. The rule exactly says basically that the on-field umpire gives a certain soft signal. And the third umpire really depends on that. If it's given out in this case, he's probably looking for conclusive evidence to overturn it if there's any.
Yeah, third umpire, it's a really tough one, that. Third umpire needs to be sure. Now, Waqar said, as far as he's concerned, he could see it touching the ground. As far as I'm concerned, I've seen this countless times, both with wicketkeepers, with outfielders, where the confusion starts with a long lens and, in effect, a microscope. If you imagine a hand, I mean, we're watching the pictures again, which will prove nothing. If you imagine that hand there where it goes into the gloves, we've got no doubt that it goes into the glove, above the ground. And if I put my hand, as it were, on the grass, so this piece of glass here is actually grass. If I put my hand in there, and you imagine a ball in there, okay, the ball might look as though sometimes it's touching, but I don't think that's conclusive. I've so often seen it where I've actually seen people's hand like that, underneath the ball, and you can prove it. You just put your hand on the grass like that, here the glass, and you then put a long lens on it, it looks like it's buried by about 3 inches of grass. I personally, my instinct says that was out. I mean, I know that will go against a lot of people's views, certainly goes against Waqar's views. Personally, I think he did enough to say the catch is claimed, and I'm ready to accept discussions or differing opinions. But that just proves to me how difficult that third umpire's job is because of perception.
It would be. And of course, if you're looking at a particular dismissal for that long, then subconscious is saying on-field umpire says out, so rather go with that. Talking about dismissals, let's have a look at the fall of wickets.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Each one of them hurt, Aruj.
Yeah, I think that one, to begin with, Fahim Ashraf, 50 wickets for Joe Root in his test career, sharp catch from Crawley. The one that just went away, pushed at it, but I thought Pakistan rebuilt really nicely after that. It was these two big wickets that came after, where Nawaz first played down the line. Excellent from Wood and Stokes, and you see the emotion in Stokes when he picked that wicket, because their field was set for that. It was a strategy, and Pakistan got sucked into it. Nawaz went for that shot, and then obviously that decision came in where we've been discussing whether it was a catch or not. In the end, what matters, what third umpire gave it out. Saud Shakil had to go back. There will be plenty of debate around that, and I just think with that wicket, also Pakistan's hopes a little bit more gleamy.
fall of wickets. Brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
The time and again in this series, we've seen Mark Wood bowling you somewhere around the rib cage, and he gets that glove. Okay, top performer, of course, Saud Shakil's 90 odd. Couldn't finish it to take Pakistan home, but surely has helped them get this close. Let's have a look.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, I definitely sympathise with him, because to be out for 94 having played so well is frustrating, both personally and for the team. But if you look at the highlights of that innings, there's plenty of good stroke making, most of it yesterday. He is a positive player by nature, but today, this morning, he played the role of the man who needs to occupy the crease, keep steady nerves and keep Pakistan's ambitions on track. So I'd say it's a very, very fine innings. I'd say it deserved better in many, many ways, but 94 for him, nothing to be ashamed about, just so frustrating for him and for the team that he got out that way.
Yeah, you can see that in that list, second in the most runs in this series after Harry Brook. He's done well with 270.
Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, the men are struggling and they're trying their level best to get to 64, but women are doing well. We got to know a few things about how the fun cricket aspect, and the young girls are, aspiring to become the cricketers of the future in Pakistan, and Uruj spent some time with them. Just tell us a bit more about, this was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was yesterday, where the academy, which runs in 6 regions within the country that PCB has, and this was from the Multan Academy, where in the region, and they play at the under-19s, and they've got an open age group as well. So there was the girls who had recently come off an under-19 tournament as well. And I think every opportunity that we get to promote the girls, to provide them opportunities to play, will only grow the game, not just in Pakistan, but will push the senior side to do better in world events as well. So, but the one thing to pick up was the passion that exudes from women because of the opportunities on offer now and the role models that are in the making, in the likes of Bisma and Nida and your senior national girls.
Yeah, while you were spending time, we had a few candid cameras shooting what you were up to. Let's have a look what Uruj was doing when she went out there and spent some time with the girls.
मुल्तान पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट बोर्ड अकेडमी से आप लोगों का ताल्लुक है। अभी एक अंडर-19 का टूर्नामेंट हुआ था, खेला था आप लोगों ने? तो बड़े ज़ोर से यस की आवाज़ें, लगता है अच्छा ही खेला होगा। अच्छा, कुछ खेल लेते हैं थोड़ा सा, जो बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं वो बॉलिंग करें और जो बैटिंग कर रहे हैं वो बैटिंग करें, और फिर हम उसी के अंदर बात करेंगे कि क्या हम बेहतर कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? यही बोलेगी। आहा, लेग स्पिन, वेरी नाइस। बीइंग अ लेग स्पिनर, मेरे पीछे जवेरिया हैं जो लेग स्पिन कराती हैं, तो मुझे बहुत दूर से दिख गई थी वो। लेग स्पिन के अंदर अक्सर होता है कि शॉर्ट डिलीवरीज या फुल टॉसेस हो जाती हैं, तो जितना बॉलिंग करोगी, जितना एक एरिया को देख के करोगी, क्योंकि अक्सर ये होता है जब नए बच्चे खेलते हैं बहुत ज़्यादा वेरिएशन ट्राई करते हैं कि मैं फ्लिपर भी करा दूँ, गूगली भी करा दूँ, बट एक ऐसी डिलीवरी जो आपकी स्टॉक डिलीवरी है वो पक्की होनी चाहिए कि आपको पता है कि आप अपनी 6 बॉलें एक ही जगह लैंड करो। अगर बड़ी क्रिकेट खेलनी है तो इतना कंट्रोल होना चाहिए। मैं भी प्रैक्टिस करती थी बीइंग अ लेग स्पिनर के घर पे जो है आपके बॉल आपका जो है ना हाथ में सारा वक्त होता है, कमरे में भी आप बैठे हो, आप उसको घुमा रहे हो, कमरे में भी बैठे हो, कि ये आवाज़ है ना, ये आवाज़ आनी चाहिए कि जो आपकी जो थर्ड फिंगर है वो कितने रेवोल्यूशंस देगी बॉल के ऊपर, क्योंकि स्पिन का मतलब है स्पिन, बॉल का टर्न होना। इसी में सानिया नहीं रुको, आप जब अभी यहाँ शॉट मारने गए हो, आपने इतनी लंबी टांग निकाली है सीधी, और आप यहाँ वाले बॉल को यहाँ से खेलने गए, तो जब आप यहाँ खेलने गए तो आप रीच कर रहे हो उसको। रीच में अक्सर ये होता है कि सर भी गिरता है, बॉल कंट्रोल में भी नहीं रहता, ऊपर लगा तो कैच भी हो जाएगा। तो टांग ज़रूर है, पर अगर थोड़ी सी भी आप एक डिसेंट स्ट्राइक ले लो और आपका बॉल हेड जो है बॉल के ऊपर, यहाँ से बॉल जो है ना मारना बहुत आसान होता है। ठीक है, चलो आ जाओ, दैट्स बेटर। पाकिस्तान के फ्यूचर स्टार्स मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं। सानिया और रिदा मुल्तान की एकेडमी से खेलते हैं। सबसे पहले ये बताओ कि पाकिस्तान वुमेन्स क्रिकेट टीम में कौन सा फेवरेट प्लेयर है?
वैसे तो सारे अच्छे हैं अगर देखा जाए। वुमेन्स टीम में कायनात इम्तियाज।
आपने कभी ये ख्वाब देखा है कि आप भी कल को आगे आकर, अभी सिर्फ 18 साल उम्र है, कल को पाकिस्तान टीम को रिप्रेजेंट करोगी?
इंशाल्लाह मैम, उम्मीद तो है। हम सभी मेहनत का फल अल्लाह ताला देते हैं बेशक, लेकिन हम अपनी पूरी मेहनत करते हैं और उम्मीद है कि हम खेलें इंशाल्लाह। अब मैं लास्ट टाइम भी डोमेस्टिक खेल के आई हूँ, अब मुझे उम्मीद है कि मैं इंशाल्लाह खेलूंगी पाकिस्तान इंशाल्लाह।
मेहनत का फल मीठा होता है। एस्पायरिंग क्रिकेटर्स, कल के फ्यूचर स्टार्स पाकिस्तान वुमेन्स क्रिकेट।
Brilliant package there and a great opportunity and platform for the youngsters. We thank Uruj here, and Bazid Khan will be joining us very soon along with David Gower. We'll look into session 2 on day 4. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio, and we are done with the first session on day 4, and this could be the last day where we are in Multan because this test match might just finish either way the result. But before we go, we had one more place to visit. That's a very important thing when you talk about Multan. It's not just a city of saints, it's got a lot more to it. Have a look at our city trail.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
The city is known for its shrines, for the Multani halwa, and also a lot of interior decor. Talking about these camel skin lamps, comes in different shapes and sizes, and of course the pottery, which is the blue art pottery, is quite heavy, I'll tell you. You can find them at the President House, at the Prime Minister's House, at the Secretariat. It's also to be seen at the British Museum in London. So camel skin lamps, and what you see, the designs on top of it, the artwork, that's called nakashi. So we'll get to know more about that, how do they prepare them, and how much hard work goes into it. Okay, time for us to now know in detail as to how this art works and what all goes into it. Mr. Abdul Rahman Nakash and also his son Ashik Nakash along with us. So, Abdul Rahman साहब ये बताइए कि पहले तो कि कितना अरसा हो गया आपको इस काम में, इस नकाशी में, जिसको आप इतना अच्छी तरह करते हैं?
नकाशी का फ़न यानी कबल इस्लाम भी बरसगीर पाक व हिंद में था, तो उस वक्त हमारे बुजुर्ग करते थे शाही किलों पे या उस वक्त की जो राजपूतों की या इनकी बड़ी बड़ी हवेलियाँ उनके ऊपर मंदिरों पे, फिर जब सूफिया है तो खनगाहों पे, मसाजिद पे, फिर ऐसे आप देखें कि ताजमहल के अंदर भी मुल्तान से नकाश करते हैं।
तो ये अभी जो अभी कर रहे हैं ये बताइए कि ये इसको क्या कहते हैं और ये क्या ये आर्ट जो है किस तरह से होता है?
ये वही नकाशी आर्ट है जो हमारे ख़ानदान में सीना बसीना आ रहा है। इसके अंदर जो आप फूल देख रहे हैं ये भी हमारे ख़ानदान में नस्ल दर नस्ल चले आ रहे हैं और ये ख़ास हमारे इस खित्ते के फूल हैं, यानी एक हमागुल पैटर्न हम जिसे कहते हैं, उसके अंदर मुल्तान के सारे फूल, सारी सब्जियां, सारे फ्रूट और यहाँ तक कि मुल्तान के परिंदे भी उस्तादों ने पेंट किए।
तो इस तरह का जैसे ये पॉट है या ये जो आप तैयार करें, कितना टाइम लग जाता है इसको मुकम्मल करने में?
इसको तैयार करने में कम से कम 1 हफ्ता 6 दिन लग जाते हैं।
ये जो पीछे हम देख रहे हैं ये कैमल स्किन जिसको कहते हैं लैम्प्स जो हैं, ये भी इसमें भी यही काम होता है? ये ज़्यादा आसान या ज़्यादा मुश्किल है इसके मुकाबले में?
मेरे दादा उस्ताद अब्दुल्ला नकाश, उन्होंने 1910 में पहला कैमल स्किन का लैम्प, क्योंकि 1800 कुछ में यहाँ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आ गई थी, उन्होंने पहला ऊँट की खाल का लैम्प बनाया और उसके अंदर लाइट थी और उसको बस मुख्तसर सी नक्श नगारी की। तो वो घी के कुप्पे, गुलदान, फिर लैम्प्स और आज 100 साल बाद हम काफ़ी चीज़ें इसमें बना चुके हैं जैसे आप देख रहे हैं।
बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने का और आपसे बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीखी भी और बड़ा मज़ा आया आपसे आपकी बातें सुन के और इस जगह को विजिट करके।
बहुत शुक्रिया।
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, final few moments on the show, and we've got Bazid Khan here. Let's quickly get his opinion. Bazid, I know that you've been, and you should be supporting Pakistan in whatever they do, but what's the realistic chance?
We're supposed to be neutral, aren't we?
Just support Pakistan,
Yeah,
you'll be fine.
Support Pakistan. What's the realistic chance that you'd give Pakistan with 7 down, of course, and at this stage?
There's still a chance, even if you don't believe me. These 3 players to follow, Abrar and the 2 others, especially Zaid Mahmood and Muhammad Ali, are known to be pretty decent blockers. I think Muhammad Ali has the technique to block all day. So if Salman, it rests solely on Salman Agha to be able to then manipulate the strike and get the run scoring is now on Salman Agha. I think he still can trust the other 2 to actually block. Abrar, I think, he was sent in just to get that target down. Abrar will maybe play a few more shots, but the other 2 will just try and block.
You had a big smile on your face, David.
Well, I just enjoy watching Bazit, whatever he does.
Yeah.
And, toying with these various conflicting emotions of his, the neutrality that he wants to studiously maintain against that patriotism that comes out of every pore in his body. It's a fascinating game because, as we said, up until that last 10-15 minutes before the break, it was in Pakistan's favour. Now it's a much tougher ask. And it's still a question for England. They've still got to find ways of getting these last 3 wickets.
In the last minute of our show, a quick one. It's on its own, but Salman not yet off the mark, and to play with the tail. It's a different ball game.
Well, he's got to channel his inner Ben Stokes.
Yeah,
that's the best way of looking at it. It's a tough one. It really is a tough one. If you've not done this before, and he's not had to do it in a test match before, that's the added pressure. It's a test match. It's a series which is on the line. Therefore, you know in here that every mistake is going to be punished. You cannot afford to make a mistake. Somehow, you've got to watch every ball. You've got to simplify it. Watch every ball like a hawk. Play it accordingly. Take the runs where they're available. That's always important, I think. Take the runs where they're available. And just chip away, chip away.
So that could be the discussion in Pakistan's dressing room, what he just said?
I don't think there'll be much discussion. They'll just go out there and bat. I think they'll look at Salman Agha to hold the fort. And that discussion will be try and just make sure that you make England sweat. If it comes down to, say, 30, 25, 30, then the pressure again shifts again.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. So this is going to be probably the session that will decide the test match. 64 required by Pakistan, 3 wickets needed by England. And let's see where this goes. Can the series be 1-1 and we then move to Karachi? Only time will tell. Enjoy test match cricket.
Back to Multan, where England had an excellent 15 minutes just before lunch, and boy did they need it. It looked like it was going Pakistan's way, but England fought back. It's the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series, and it's been one heck of a Test Series so far. The first test was going one way, then the other. It could have been a draw. England won. This one is going in a similar fashion. Looked like Pakistan were getting towards their target, and then wickets just before lunch has left 2 batters in on naught, and England need 3 wickets to win this series. Pakistan needs 64 more runs, Saad Shakil was out for 94 on the stroke of lunch. Wickets in the session. Joe Root with an absolute beauty. His 50th in Test match cricket. A little bit of dip and a little bit of turn away. Crawley doing the rest. Fahim, the overnight batsman, was out first up this morning. And then the little spell from Wood that turned the game round the wicket. They needed something special. Two Durham lads, Stokes the skipper, Wood the bowler. And the first one was nothing controversial down the leg side. And the second one was hugely controversial. Saad Shakil on 94. Did it carry? Did it not? Umpire Joel Wilson had to make a decision. He made the decision that the fingers were underneath that red Kookaburra ball. So after all that, the equation is simple. 64 runs Pakistan need to make it 1-1. England need 3 wickets to take the series. Al Salman marshal the bowlers to get these 64 runs, or will it be England again? Waka, how do you think Salman should play here? Does he have faith in the bowlers?
Well, the history says that he plays quite well with the tail. He's proven it. He's done it in the previous game also. He got 50 there. He's done it in Sri Lanka recently, 50 there also. So he's got what it takes to play, but over here, can he handle the pressure? Can he handle this newish ball, those bounces, the short deliveries? I don't think the England bowler is going to do anything different. They're going to pepper the Pakistani batsmen, and they're going to look to bowl short deliveries. One end, and the other end is going to be Anderson, who's going to control the game as usual.
The advantage for England now is that they've got right-handers in, and those cracks just outside the off stump of the right-handers. If anyone will find them, it will be Anderson, and if it's not him, it will be Robinson. Must be seam at both ends on a cracked pitch and a relatively new Kookaburra ball. It's not a minefield, far from it. Look at the scores in the game. But just in the back of your mind, tailenders will look down at those cracks, especially when Wood's bowling at that far end. And they will think, I hope it doesn't rear up off one of those. So a lot of work for Pakistan to do. They are unpredictable. They're down at the moment. Can they find 64 runs from somewhere? You'd say 40 has to come off the bat of that man. A slip and a short mid-wicket. This will be the last session of this test, I reckon. And Anderson trying to wrap it up for England. Good footwork from Jimmy Anderson.
Straight away pushing the fielders on the boundary. There are 4 of them square of the pitch. Final leg, third man, and the 2-man square on the boundary. Just happy to give single away and ask Abrar to come and face the music, who hasn't opened his account yet.
Does he take the single? Yes. Now the problem for him is the bowlers are blockers. All 3 of them are blockers. So if he takes the single early, they're going to go at 1 and over, unless there's a nick or an inside edge for 4. So the likes of Zahid Mahmood to come and Ali and Abrar, they genuinely blocked the ball. How long can they keep Anderson, Wood, Robinson out?
Well, the issue is still 3 wickets to go. You cannot really deny the single. You still need to keep scoring runs for that. I think He's got to trust these batsmen, Abrar, Muhammad Ali, Mahmood, all of them, and keep plugging those singles.
No, he's going to play some shots. He's going to play some shots. I thought he was going to block it. He's not having any of it. The man with wickets in the first innings is going to try and do it with the bat. Good to see.
He's having some game. One thing is for sure, he is not going to block anything. Look at that back lift. And hitting it over the top. He meant that and he got that, and that's a handy boundary.
11 wickets in the match. How many runs can he get? 4 from 4 so far. Will he continue teeing off? He will. In his own unique way. He now wants 2.
While he's there having some fun, I think Anderson, the way Abrar sets up, gets his left leg completely out of the way, all 3 stumps to aim at. Just feel that with the ball angling in, the legend with the ball in his hand, you surely feel he's in with a chance here. Both not convincing and both very close, but still runs for Pakistan, 6 of them, and they need to keep chipping away here. 58 to win for them.
Well, maybe it's a plan from Pakistan. He batted number 11, Abrar, in the first innings, so maybe Saqlain has pushed him out the door and said, go on, go and get us 20, go and get us 30. He's moved up a promotion from 11 to 9 to play some shots. How long will it last?
He's got 5 of 5 already. Intent in both balls to score runs.
On the pitch and just past the stumps. 297 for 7.
Abrar, who had a magic spell, picked up 7 in the first and then picking up 4 in the second, and he feels that this game belongs to him, and rightly so. Is done so well with the ball in hand. He was not out in the first inning. He's positive, and who knows, we saw Wood scoring 36 in the first inning, and when you're positive and look to hit the ball, who knows what happens.
Well, this will be a real challenge for him. He looks like he's been given license, but license against Mark Wood, this will be a real challenge. Keep awake in the outfield, England. This could go anywhere. Third man, fine leg, deep square.
I think that third man position is the crucial one. He's asking Crowley to come in a little bit because he likes to play that uppercut.
Stumps forward, I reckon. He backs away a little bit. He gets that leg out the way. Hit those stumps out the ground, Mark Wood. Short.
He's thinking, because in the first inning he was moving away and just a little bit worried about his chest. That's why he's got chest pad on and was looking to play on the offside. First ball he faced, he just moved in.
Yeah, a little word from Mark Wood there. Joe Root as well came in from Gully. Couple of words from the England boys. Duckett goes back 5. Square leg goes back 5. Up and over. Up and over. How far has it gone? It just trickles over for 4.
Take that, Wood. That's what he's probably thinking right now. Don't ball him full. He's searching for that length. Very steady, clearing his front leg and leaving nothing behind. Couple of bounces into the fence.
Don't go anywhere. Don't go to work in England. Stay at home. Have a snow day at home. Don't go anywhere in Pakistan. Abrar's at the crease. He's now trying the little uppercut as well. He's got all the shots in his repertoire.
And don't forget, the 24-year-old is still on debut. It's a dream debut. He's come out swinging his bat, 9 from 8. I imagine the emotion, the adrenaline running inside him at the moment. He gets a few more here. What a story. What a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Pakistan done the right thing here. Promote him, have some fun. Completely different dynamic now. He gets Stokes thinking, gets the fielders thinking. Short again, late cut for 4. As good as any top order batter.
Yeah, I was out there in the middle during the lunch break having a word with Saklan, and Saklan said, we're not giving up. And he spoke about Abrar, and he said that he's a character, and he's showing that character. Positive and very clear in his mind what he wants to do. Wonderful shot.
Crawley hasn't moved. Target now 50 to win. And again, is it over Crawley's head? It is over Crawley's head. It's down to 46.
What a game we have on here. 3 boundaries off the wood over. He's still got 1 more to go. Pakistan now need 46. Abrar, what a game he's having. He's got 17 from the 18 in the session. Have a look at that. He's always wanting to play it. Probably not off the top edge. And Zach Crawley, who was a couple of yards, 15 odd yards inside, goes over his head. He's got the crowd right into this game here.
Crawley now goes back. Will Wood change his length? He's been short so far. Short again, well played. Ducks out the way, excellent. Good ticker there from Abrar. 309 for 7, 46 needed.
Four boundaries in 11 deliveries Abrar has faced, and he probably thinking right now it's my game. And normally they say when it's your game, it is your game.
What does Salman do now? I think he'll just knock the one, take the one and have some fun. Hand it over to the batter.
Abrar must have said, just quietly, take a single, give me the strike. Still the same field from the previous over. How is Salman feeling right now? He's a batsman in the side, watching Abrar hitting the ball all over the park.
Oh, inside edge. Abrar hurries through for a single.
This will be interesting now. He had so much fun hitting those boundaries. Very clear in his mind. He wants to go and just tonk everything comes in his way. He's lifted the crowd. But can he handle Anderson with all that experience? That's going to be the tough one.
.674 test wickets, Jimmy Anderson, against a lad on debut. Down the pitch, swings hard, extra cover, gone. The little cameo comes to an end. Jimmy Anderson has his man, wicket number 675.
Yeah, he's got his head down. He was given the brief, he got the 17. One shot too many When you're up against Anderson, it's never easy. It will be a slow stroll back, but 17 very important runs. Gave himself room, had a swipe at that. A simple catch to duck it in the end. Now the party's come to an end for Abrar. Only time will tell how important those 17 runs were. 310 for 8.
Zaid Mahmood comes in at number 10. It was fun while it lasted, Abrar Ahmed. He has gone. How will this lad Zahid play? He's a blocker. Got some runs in the first test, 18 in that first test. So he can block it. Will Salman now take up the hitting role? Fun while it lasted. He gave it the long handle off the splice to Ben Duckett. Anderson, as cool as you like. You're not doing it to me. I've been around long enough, mate.
Yeah, he was wearing those red socks and he was red hot with the ball in hand, and he showed us he can hit the ball, give a bit of fun to the crowd, to everyone actually, given hope to Pakistan. Can Mahmood stay out there and get those 17 runs which he got in the previous match? I think 17 will do if he gets that.
Anderson showing his experience. He realises third man is up, needs to be finer. Runs will be scored fine on the offside tail enders. So that man, anyone square and behind square. So a different mindset now from Mahmood. He's going to block, he's going to be defensive, and the onus shifts onto Salman.
Yeah, the bulk of the runs will have to come from Salman. Mahmood will have to look to play out, and then obviously if the opportunity is there, still pick up those singles.
Just someone stood up above there. Stokes getting him to sit down there at mid-on. You can tell him he's now asking, is he okay?
That's something new for me. Zahid having an issue with the screen. Us tail enders, we don't really look at the screen. We're worried about the ball coming at us.
Zaid Mahmood has 2 first-class 50s. He's the sort of lad that just stays in, occupies the crease. I think that sort of Matthew Hoggard role with just the blocker.
Obviously a little bit more assured of his technique when he's blocking both those deliveries from Anderson.
Squirted. Salman turns down the single because there will only be 1 ball left in the over.
Just the edge of the bat there, coming down across in time. Anderson with the 1 wicket, the Abrar 17 odd runs got everyone going. And Pakistan still have work to do. 45 runs. England just 2 wickets away now.
Well played. Well played. Right in behind that. 310 for 8. Look at those figures from Anderson. On a pitch that is as flat as you like, 15 overs, 2 for 36, not just the wickets, but just doesn't go for runs. Been there, done it, just never goes for runs anymore. Continues to chip away with the wickets on flat pitches.
Aren't we good hosts? Yeah, crowd is enjoying it. They were enjoying more when Brar was at the crease. How is Salman Agha gonna play now? That is the question. That is what we all waiting for. He's so used to of batting with the late order batsman, or tail ender, should I say. Zahid Mahmood very much capable. He batted for 48 deliveries for his 17 in the previous game.
If you've just joined us, you missed some entertainment. Abrar came out and took Wood on. One of the most pleasing looking strokes, but he definitely had some fun. Took him for boundaries in his over, 4 of them. And got ticked away 17 important runs till that happened. Anderson came in, had none of it, and picked up that wicket.
Problem for Salman is that there are a lot of fielders out now. Stokes smart, realizing that Mahmood's not going to get many runs, so the runs are going to have to come off the bat of Salman. So where he sat in the test match and not put fielders back, now is absolutely the time to put fielders back. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out. Mid-on is deeper. Men are out on the fence. He's worried about the 2, so they're not all the way out on the leg side. Big ground. Top edge coming into play if he's going to have a hook.
So far what we have seen from Zahid Mahmood, his defensive technique is pretty good. I think Salman Agha has got to make sure that he handles Wood better, and once the field come in, maybe after the next ball, the last 2 deliveries, I think Stokes will bring the fielders in and look for a boundary, or maybe 2, and maybe ask Zahid to just play the same way, the way he's played the last over.
How many is he going to trust him with? He's going to trust him with 2 deliveries.
Well, Salman is happy to take single on the 4th delivery, giving Zahid take on Wood for 2 deliveries.
Yeah, and it'll be a completely different field for Zahid Mahmood. Salman, obviously, he has to balance the situation, can't not take the runs because they need to tick them off as well. He has to be wary of how many he leaves Zahid to face. 2 to face here. Deep backward square falls back. And deep backward point falling back as well. Now Crawley stays fine. There's a fly slip and deep fine leg as well. And Crawley's just been called back in.
I'd like to see Duckett come a lot finer. A lot finer. If you've got no slip, I know it may not be outside off, but the little nick from a tail ender will run away for 4. Duckett does come finer.
Watch out for the Yorker.
No, I think it's going down. I think it's just sneaking down on the angle. England have 1 review left, and Stokes agrees with Wood. It is going down.
I think the idea was to bowl full and target those stumps, because Zahid was on his back foot. He was searching for that bouncer. Feet didn't go anywhere. He was in his crease. He was very, very close. Maybe just clipping leg stump, but came in very sharply that last delivery.
Another good solid block from Mahmood. 3-11 for 8, 44 needed.
That's not a very nice name to be called, blocker, with you, you know.
Tell me about it.
But at the moment, I don't think Zahid will mind that. Call me a blocker as long as I'm there when Pakistan wins this game. I have no issues with that.
Again, the same problem for Salman. He's got the field spread on and a big field as well. It's not Rawalpindi where he could say, right, I'm taking these boundaries down. As Stokes found out, as Brook found out, you will find those catches in the deep square of the wicket. Maybe he has to wait till the 4 balls are gone. We shall see down the pitch.
Yeah, it's important for Salman here to stay in the moment, try and block all the noise out possible. It's not easy by any means. He's up against some extreme quality in bowling. And if he is going to take the single every 4th, 5th ball of the over, it's going to be over a long period of time that Pakistan do get these runs. And that time causes the chance for an error from Pakistan or Salman.
Inside edge.
Pakistan requires 44 to win this game, and 44 seems long way, especially the kind of field set. The maximum Salman can do, either take a big risk and go over the top of those fielders, or just keep batting. And how long can you bat? You have to take risk, maybe on the 5th ball or the 6th ball to hit a boundary or 2.
That's just died. That's hit that crack of Barber. It went one way in. Off Anderson, it's gone away and just died. That's why they sent their left-handers in the middle order, because that line outside off, there is a line of cracks. And it was very smart from Pakistan, the left-hander ploy. But now it's right-handers. And if anyone can find those cracks, it's Anderson. Can he get one to nip back from there? Oh. Just back in, just back in.
Will the umpire go upstairs? So, because the bat came down just before the ball hits the stump. Is in, but it was just very, very tight there. God, you got to be careful. Smart thinking from the wicketkeeper.
Field's up, so now's the opportunity for the big shot. And it's straight down the ground. That is smart batting. Once the field comes up after 4 balls, then you play the big shot.
Now this is excellent from Salman. He's reading the game well and is very aware of the field placement. The opportunity was there, and the ball was there as well to be hit. 4 very important runs as well for Pakistan. He's gone through the line. Probably not the cleanest strike, but exactly where he would have liked for it to go.
Back up Mahmood, last ball of the over. Salman might play tip and run here, be aware. Gets it through. Ideally they'd like 3 here. It may well go for 4. They'll take it. If it does, it does. It's into the 30s now. Pakistan need 36. England need 2 wickets. 319 for 8.
You keep scoring runs, you keep hitting boundaries, England will come under pressure. We saw it just before the lunch. They managed to pick up 2 wickets, but this is good timing. Not the best of the fielding, but the timing was really good from Salman.
Well, if you're going to wait 17 years for a test series, you might as well make it special. In the dark in Pindi, in bright sunshine in Multan. Who will get over the line? 36 runs is a lot. 2 wickets will take some doing. All eyes now on Mahmood. Gone! Through the gate, Mark Wood. England have 9. They're 1 wicket away from a famous victory.
Pace has done the work for England again. That was a 4th wicket for Wood. He likes bowling straight, he likes bowling short, and both of that has worked for him. Came in sharply. Zahid Mahmood was expecting the short delivery, and I'm sure she got it on a camera. Big jump. They know the importance. They're just a wicket away from winning a test match and the series. 319 for 9 now.
Well, I guess when you're up against the ropes, sending out a batter called Muhammad Ali may do you some good. We will find out. Sorry about that, everyone. He's surrounded. Silly point, short leg, leg slip, slip. Stokes goes back. Wood has 4, he wants 5. England want a famous victory.
Well, if his name's doing some magic, he might come out and have the counter punch ready.
Hint of reverse swing already for Mark Wood. Can he knock those stumps over again? Oh, bat first.
Yeah, make sure you keep your bat in front, because Zahid didn't. He was late, very late. That ball was quick, perfect length, hitting the top stump, top of the off stump. You beauty. Nice. They can see the victory round the corner.
They only have 2 victories, 2 test matches they've won in Pakistan in the history of test cricket. They're trying to win 2 in a fortnight.
Well, Nats, it's a big moment for you also. The last time England won here, you were leading the side. It was a big game played at Karachi under lights. There were no light though. Under traffic lights. But yeah, it's a massive moment here for England. Just a wicket away.
got such a big heart, Mark Wood. The amount of games, there was a stat the other day that he could have played like 110 test matches since his debut, and he's missed about 75 if not 80 of those. But he never gives up. He never gives up. He gives it everything. And when his skipper has needed him, he's needed that big heart. Small in stature, but big in heart. He will run in for you. And he's turned this game either side of lunch. And a good block again. It kept a bit low. He just wants it to flick the pad first. Different technique from the previous batter, Zaid Mahmood, who showed his stumps. Ali's playing a bit more French cricket and covering his stumps. And what Wood wants it just to flick that front pad and get an LBW.
Wood bowled 4 in the morning. Then he bowled 2 just before lunch, and his bowling is, what, 3rd now. So he's been asked to do the duties, and he's performing it nicely. 3 wickets in this spell.
And a good solid block from Mohammad Ali. 319 for 9. England 1 wicket away. Change quickly, lads, just in case.
Well, the tension is still palpable. 36 to win versus 1 wicket to take the match and the series. Jack Leach's turn. And it's Salman Agha who has the strike with a field that is now set very un-Stokes-like, but very sensibly, very much in the deep. Just the slip, close. Everyone else apart from the slip and the keeper, somewhere in the deep.
And like previously, Salman will make sure that he only takes the opportunity for that big shot when the field comes in.
How long can this play out for?
Tell you what, Muhammad Ali isn't the worst number 11 you'll see. He's got very tight defensive techniques. So Salman can give him a couple of deliveries.
Well, he's the most solid of defence for the first 3 balls, no doubt for the next ball as well. Then we'd expect the field to come in and to offer those opportunities for Salman Agha. Well, he's gone for the early sweep. And he's opted also for the singles. So not the worst number 11 in the world, according to Basit, has a couple to defend.
And what Leach wants is one to just come back in and stay slightly low off the pitch, because you know exactly what Muhammad Ali will do. He'll get his bat in front of the pad and defend.
Which he's just rehearsed. slip a gully, a silly point, a short leg, all in very close attendance. There we are. One more to go. Another man comes in just behind on the leg side, so very close leg gully. Backward short leg, take your pick. Still the same man. Ooh. Over bowls, 320 for 9, 101 of the overs now complete. So Ben Stokes still has that air of a man who always appears to be in total command. I'm not sure inside he'd have felt that way all the way through the day, but as it stands, they have the clear advantage now. 35 to win, 1 to go in terms of the wickets.
Yeah, it's not so much what you're feeling inside as a captain, and all captains will have the butterflies that float around in the tummy. The key is not what you're feeling, it's what the players feel of you. You kind of have to exude that confidence, that air of authority and confidence that you're in control and you know exactly what you're doing, and there's no question that England's players have the ultimate faith in Stokes out in the middle.
So for Mark Wood, Ben Stokes, well, nearly read that. Just missed it. For Mark Wood, again, the field is spread. And as with the spinner, the single will be declined. Might as well just put 3 or 4 dots in the book and get on with it.
Well, the other calculation that Salman will take into account is this is Wood's 4th over after lunch, so how long will Wood keep going? I think he'll prefer playing maybe Anderson or Robinson and taking them on, especially. There's a bit of a change in feel as Stokes does, just that tempter, that mid-wicket comes in, so he just said, go on, have a hook, have a pull.
Ooh, it's well bowled, just that little shape in. Angle adjustment. Well, boundaries is the key at this stage, maybe for Pakistan. Each time one is hit and the lights light up, another 10,000 rupees go in the kitty. 130,000 Pakistan rupees accrued during this test match. Well, now's the time, under these circumstances, now's the time in the over where it starts to get interesting yet again. The jockeying for position.
Yeah, and the little chat between Muhammad Ali and Salman. Muhammad Ali probably saying that, not to worry, I can defend. And Salman just thinking, how do I get this target down quickly without high risk? Now, that only can happen if he plays this delivery and then tries and get a 4 or a boundary on the last couple.
Well, we've got the 4 in a row, the 4 ducks in a row, the 4 zeros in a row. Now the field changes, of course. Men coming in from all over. Looks like a carefully rehearsed routine. Each man finding his position on the field. The idea being to, of course, cut the ones down. One man going back now is to a fine third man. Already the long leg is back there. There are still shots that might carry the ball. Root has gone back to that fine third man. There are still shots that might carry a ball into the deep like that and therefore present be presented as chances. Well, he's gone for the drive, he's nailed it. Mark Wood tried the Yorker length, missed it by a fraction, and somehow Salman Agha dug it out all the way to the boundary past mid-off.
Yeah, perfect result for Salman Agha. He's just looking for something to hit to the fence. The field has come in, so he's always going to attack. That one's slightly too full and been smashed down the ground. I reckon he could go again this last delivery. Maybe will trust Muhammad Ali to be able to block Leach out. So the opportunity for another boundary here with that field coming in.
Well, the attempted yaw is never a bad option. One-day cricket, of course, be it 5-day or 1-day. A lot of batsmen very adept at making something out of it. This is pulled away over mid-wickets. Everyone is in. That will race away to the boundary. Consecutive fours make life yet more interesting. 27 to win at 3:28 for 9.
Brilliant batting from Salman Agha. The full ball that was drilled back past Wood, and then something slightly short of a length that he just clubbed away over the leg side. That is Wood's 6th over either side of lunch. Looked a little more weary in that over than previously, so a decision for Ben Stokes to make. But if Salman Agha was hoping that Muhammad Ali could defend Leach at the other end, he's got another problem set now, because Robinson is back in place of Leach.
Well, that's always the option. If you keep the better striker, the better batsman, off strike at the start of an over, you can bowl whoever you want. And this is probably a very, very good move. Robinson will have that extra height as ever. Not quite the same sort of problems or lack of problems as Leach might have posed. I'm sure you're right. Muhammad Ali would have been much happier just propping forward to the slow left arm spin of Leach. The bounce, or sometimes lack of bounce, the angles from Robinson. He'll be targeting the stumps, targeting either bowled or LBW. He's got that leg side field with the short leg, the leg slip. There is a slip in as well. So aiming for off stumps, shall we say, off and middle. Oh, well bowled, beautifully bowled. The celebrations start, the little nick goes through. It takes a little time for Murray Erasmus to raise the finger to confirm that the 10th wicket has gone down, but it'll take a little more time, because Pakistan, unsurprisingly, are going to have a little look and see if technology can finally come to their aid.
Review for caught behind. The original decision is out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Not sure if there's any bat involved. Ball is close to bat. Can you bring up ultra edge, please? Ultra edge coming up now. Yes, I've got a spike with the ball on the bat. I'm satisfied that he has touched the ball. I'm going back to Murray on field. Murray, you can stay with your original decision of out. Your on-screen signal.
Well, Murray Erasmus was right first time round. The technology confirms it. And England have yet another famous victory here in Pakistan. For Ben Stokes, it seems that his mode of cricket, his team's mode of cricket, is unstoppable. 2 wins in 2 matches here in Pakistan. That's 8 out of 9 since Ben Stokes took over the captaincy. This one has been very, very hard fought and very hard earned. There is disconsolate disappointment in the crowd from this Multan crowd here, hoping that Pakistan might themselves earn a famous win. But it is Ben Stokes who will lead his team off, lead his team back to the pavilion with 2 out of 2 on this tour of Pakistan.
And special this from this England team that Rawalpindi Test match on a docile pitch, they produce a result. Pakistan go to a turner, slow turner. Ben Stokes comes up, trumps again. Before him, England had only won 2 Test matches here in Pakistan. He's won back-to-back Test matches and the series.
Yes, a triumphant return for England to Pakistan after a 17-year absence. It's been worth the wait. We had a very good Test match ending in Pindi, and here in Multan, a better Test match to my mind, one that ebbed and flowed. The bowlers were always in it. The margin of victory wafer thin right at the end, and fittingly I think that England's seamers did the trick in the end. Wood either side of lunch, and then Robinson providing the final wicket, because above all it has been England's seamers here in Pakistan that have out-bowled their counterparts and have bowled England to a 2-0 series victory. So the first time they've ever won consecutive Test matches in Pakistan. They've doubled their tally here in the country. The first time Pakistan have lost 3 in a row for a long time, since 1959. So a defeat to Australia and 2 to England. You've got to go back to 59 for the last time that Pakistan have lost 3 in a row here. And a triumphant strategy for Stokes and England. Quick scoring, and their seamers who've out-bowled their counterparts.
Well, if you look at the relative strengths of the two sides, England's seam attack is streets ahead of Pakistan's. There's a lot of pace talent in Pakistan. Unfortunately for the home team in this series, a lot of it is also injured at this stage. One of the notable absences, of course, Shaheen Shah Afridi. But England must be incredibly proud of the way they have led the way in this series. They've set a very different tone, one that's never been seen before in Pakistan. The way England managed to create a victory out of almost nothing in Rawalpindi in the first Test match, where they had, shall we say, 10-15 minutes to spare of daylight at the end of day 5. That was spectacular. Here in Multan, it's been a very different sort of contest, with spin coming into play on day 1, with the pitch rather different, but in the end getting better and better, it seemed, actually, as the game wore on. And despite all that, Brendan McCullum's coached England team has found ways of winning. This is the final moment. Robinson picked to try and deliver the killer blow. The little edge, then flicked the pad as well, but it was the edge that was confirmed by DRS. England knew they'd got their man. England knew they'd got their win. England knew they'd got their series. Disappointment, yes, for a Pakistan team that fought almost all the way. Gave everything, with Abrar, of course, their hero with the ball through both innings, but is the greater depth in the England team that in the end told and took them to victory here in Multan. The 11 on the field, yes, another proud moment for the squad as a whole, and this is very much a squad thing for England. Everyone buys in to the morals of this England team. Everyone buys into the ethos of this England team. They are all there battling alongside for each other, and the results have proven that the influx of Stokes and McCullum has been just the tonic that English cricket needed. Now, this Pakistan second innings finished on 328, 26 runs short of England. Some notable efforts, especially Saud Shakil, 6 runs short of 100 for him. 100 he fully deserved. Imam ul-Haq, that little hamstring injury, 60 for him. Mohammad Nawaz, 45. Salman not out, 20 at the end. They just needed a little bit more from somewhere to get that little bit closer. And one of the things that England have done so well through this series is marshal their resources. Those bowling figures tell that story exactly. Robinson finishing it off, finished with 2 for 23. Leach, 1 for 113. Root, 1 for 65. Wood, what an outstanding spell that was, either side of lunch on this 4th and final day. 4 for 65 for him. Another 2 in the bag for the ever-present, everlasting, Duracell-powered Jimmy Anderson.
and 4 overs of no consequence from Will Jacks. So what a game we've had, so very different to that first test match in Rawalpindi. Lower scoring throughout until that fourth innings. Ironically, the fourth innings, the highest of the match, 328 for Pakistan. But in the end, England victors here in Multan in 4 days by 26 runs. So that's the story of the match, the story of the day. The celebrations will carry on for many hours, I am sure. Memorable moments for England throughout this tour of Pakistan. Still, of course, one test match to go, but they'll celebrate, and we'll be right back with the presentations.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, loud and clear. 1, 2.
All right, what a wonderful test match we've had here. It's had all the ingredients to make it a lovely game. Firstly, Abrar with the ball, getting 11 wickets and a surprise package, the mystery spinner. Later on, 100, important one from Harry Brook, and then a fight from Saud Shakil is 94. So eventually the team that held on to their nerves won the match, and England has a decisive lead of 2-0 in this 3-test match series, winning this test match here in Multan by 26 runs. So congratulations to them. Before we call upon the players and some individual awards to be given away, let's welcome our guest today, starting off Mr. Zakir Khan. He's present here. He's Director International Cricket Operations, Pakistan Cricket Board. Next to him, Mr. John Carr, Director England Cricket Operations. Then we have Mr. Kabir Ahmed Qureshi, Head Branch Banking, Bank Al-Falah. Next to him, Mr. Farhan Tariq, Manager Brand Activation, KFC, Pakistan. And in the end, Mr. Mohammad Ramzan, Regional Business Head Multan and Faisalabad Bank Al Falah. Lots of individual awards, and the commentators were the ones who decided, and we'll now start off with the first award, that is Bank Al Falah Best Fielder of the Match, cash award of 100,000. I'll request Mr. Mohammad Ramzan to please step forward, and you'll be presenting this to Abdullah Shafiq for his 2 catches, especially the one that helped dismiss Joe Root, the catch at short leg. Abdullah Shafiq is the Bank Al Falah Best Fielder of the Match. Now I'll request Mr. Zakir Khan to please step forward and give away the Kingdom Valley Best Bowler of the Match, and well, no guesses there. 100,000 rupees cash award for Abrar Ahmed. 11 wickets in the match, 7 for 114, 4 for 120, and he truly made a dream debut here in Multan Cricket Stadium. Abrar, don't go far, because Mr. Kabir Ahmed Qureshi will now present you the Bank Al Falah Outstanding Performance Cash Award of 100,000. Once again, Abrar Ahmed for his 11 wickets on debut in the Test match. Now the next award is the Bank Al Falah it is the KFC Player of the Match. It's a trophy and cash award of 100,000. And I'll request Mr. Farhan Tariq to present that. And that goes to Harry Brook for his important century in the second innings, 108, that helped England put up a total of 355 for the home team. Harry Brook, yeah, you are the KFC Player of the Match. Super performance. His 100 surely helped England to get a big score in the second innings. Harry, we'll have a quick word with you. We had a bit of a chat this morning, but I guess for those who've woken up late, brilliant knock. Just run us through this innings, because after getting out cheaply in the first, you must have calculated how to go about with the spin attack Pakistan's offering, and you got that important 108.
Yeah, absolutely. Tried to learn from my mistake in the first innings, and probably not try to be too aggressive, but obviously still putting pressure on the bowler. And I think I did that very well in the second innings.
Were you surprised when you came into bat on day one that the wickets was turning and 10 wickets were lost that day, and that posed a big challenge for the batters, England batters?
No, I think we knew before coming into the game that it was going to be a bit of a turner. I think they'd been asking for it to spin, so there was quite a lot of chat around that in the changing room. So yeah, it wasn't really a surprise when we got here. We probably just didn't bat as well as we wanted to first innings.
Especially in the second innings, we've noticed that England comes out, scores quickly and sets up a total. Did you, as a team and as an individual, had a total in mind what you want to give Pakistan when you scored the 108?
No, not really. We're just trying to go out there and play our brand of cricket still. Obviously look to put pressure on the bowler, try to be aggressive throughout, and thankfully that paid off.
All right. Wonderful watching you. You're having a great tour to Pakistan, and good luck to you for the final test as well.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Harry Brook, the KFC Player of the Match. Now I'll request Babar Azam, the Pakistan captain, to please come and have a few words with us. Babar. It's good to hear his good support out here in Multan. When you look at the test match and the 4 days that have gone by, you feel that Pakistan's first inning, 202, was really where you lost control?
To be honest, yes, we have not out to the mark in the first innings, and we had a couple of soft dismissals, and we are not finished well in the first innings. They cost us, and now after that we have a fight back in the bowling, and second innings we fight good, but unfortunately we are not finished well.
How did you see the target? 355 to score, but you had 3 days available. The time on hand, does it really come across as a question mark? Do we go at a normal speed, or we have time and just go nice and easy?
We have a plan. We have a plan only. We have a simple plan to carry on that momentum, and we have a head and a couple of good partnerships, Imam and Saud, and then after that Saud and Nawaz. But in the end, we not finish well as a batting unit. We have a tail also fight well, but I think at that time we have not finished well.
As a captain, it has been a challenge to handle a slightly young bowling attack, but then when I look at Abrar, you'd be more than happy.
I think a dream start for Abrar, and he's using conditions very well in the first innings, and after that he's bowled well. So good for him and as a team.
2 down in the series, yes, but a lot to look forward to in Karachi in terms of course, wrapping it up on a winning note.
Definitely looking forward to the Karachi Test match, and we will do our best in third Test match.
Okay, well, good luck for Karachi.
Thank you.
Babar Azam, the captain of Pakistan. I'll request Ben Stokes now to please come and have a few words with that. Ben Stokes, the captain of England, having a decisive lead of 2-0 in the series. Firstly, congratulations, Ben. Brilliant win out here. It's been a bit of a challenge compared to Pindi in terms of course, the spin offered by Pakistan and then overall second innings.
Yeah, obviously, different conditions and a sort of, differently played game. Obviously things happen quite quickly this week compared to last week, but it was another fantastic game to be a part of. Going down to the wire yet again, and yeah, it was great to be a part of.
In both the test matches, you've left Pakistan with a target with a lot of time on hand. How do you actually calculate that it's good enough with so many days to go?
Well, I think you've got to take a look at the conditions, and obviously it was a tricky wicket, especially with the slower bowling. But then sort of we were quite fortunate, I think, and when we found, especially from that top end with the cracks that started to open up, that our seamers became very effective. Jimmy, Robbo and Woody put in an amazing performance for England this week. So, hats off to the lads, and yet again, there's some seriously tired bodies up there. Everyone's flew into this, and, we've achieved something really special this week as the England cricket team.
We keep watching the way you control the team and the plans you put forward. You didn't bowl at all. Now, what was the reason? Part of plans, or you're not just feeling that's your place to bowl here?
Yeah, no, I just think in the way in which, especially Woody, Jimmy and Robbo had bowled throughout the whole game, it was, they just looked at such a huge threat, as well as our spin options as well. So, when it comes down to the wire in games like that, I've got 3 guys to turn to who bowl quick, that I know are going to, deliver on more occasions than not. And it's a huge credit to them, coming on and bowling, short spells, 2-3 spells a day, but they always seem to deliver and pick up that wicket when I need them to.
Important thing, as it seems, that you keep sticking to your plans, playing aggressive cricket, even after the first innings where Abrar surprised everyone. You didn't have much of time to figure him out, but you still managed another 275.
Yeah, I think, when it's the mindset in which you go out with. Obviously, Abrar had an amazing debut, so, huge congratulations to him. But, we still managed to score off him. He took 7 wickets that first innings, but the good thing is we were still, scoring runs. And, being 180 for 5 in that first session on day one, was sort of, other teams might have, not had many runs, but still might have had a few wickets lost. So, I was really pleased in the way in which we still stuck at the task of going out and playing aggressive and putting the bowling team under pressure, even if the conditions are more in their favour.
And last question is, of course, your team seems to be having a knack of picking wickets just before the end of any session. Yesterday, Imam, today, Saud Shakil just changed the game completely. Is there anything that you do or apply, especially just before a round, a break is coming?
No, not particularly. I think I just sort of, look around and look at my options and look at who I think is going to give me the best opportunity at taking a wicket. It is amazing sort of, when you have these long sessions in Test cricket, maybe it's a slight lapse of concentration from, the batter who lets you in. It's happened to us on a few occasions in the past as well, where, you think you've almost got through the hard bit, but that last 5-10 minutes in a session is very difficult. So those decisions are just sort of based around who I think's got the best opportunity coming in and taking a wicket.
Ben, wonderful captaincy. Congratulations on this win, and we'll see you in Karachi.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Ben Stokes, the captain of England, and that also concludes the presentation here in Multan Cricket Stadium, with England leading a decisive lead of 2-0 in the series.
Well, what a game it's been. What a series it's been so far as well. And for England, they are indeed mighty proud of everything they have done here in Pakistan. Multan, the venue for this second Test match. Second victory in a row for Ben Stokes and his men after that win in Rawalpindi. 2-0 is definitely a series win. Everyone, of course, be looking forward to that final game as well. Just a reminder of the facts and figures of this game here in Multan. 281 played 202, a useful lead
for England. England then 275 in their second innings, setting the target of 355 for Pakistan. 328 all out it was by the time Ollie Robinson had taken that final wicket. And the final margin of victory for England here in Multan, 26 runs. So 2-0 it is. One game still to come in Karachi. Pakistan, of course, will be hoping to reclaim some honour in Karachi. England will be wondering if they can achieve an almost unbelievable and totally unprecedented 3 out of 3 in this series. This Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan England Test Series. So 17th of December, 09:50 in the morning, we will be live from the National Stadium in Karachi. Thanks for being with us here in Multan. We look forward to your pleasure then.
Well, it's all set up beautifully for this second test match. Day 4, Multan, and we should have a result here today.
Oh, edged and gone.
This is really good batting. And that will be 4 more.
Is it a glove? It is! And England got another.
Up and over, how far's it gone? Short again, late cut for 4. Gone, the little cameo comes to an end. Gone, through the gate, Mark Wood, England have 9, they're 1 wicket away.
Oh, bowled, beautifully bowled. And England have yet another famous victory here in Pakistan.
It's been a historic series win for England here after 22 years. What a performance by all their players. Harry Brook, the star of the show, and Mark Wood was definitely the pick of the bowlers. Ben Stokes is going to be mighty pleased with this performance. His men have stood up when required the most. Hugs all around and jubilation in this camp. Lots of memories created in Pakistan. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitside Show. What a performance by England. This is one to remember for years to come. They were magnificent in the field, great with the bat, and outstanding with that ball. I've got with me a very, very special guest. Harry Brook joins us alongside Arooj Mumtaz. Harry, amazing win. Congratulations, firstly. How does it feel to be part of such a historic series win?
Yeah, very good. Obviously, to come out here and get a series win in 2 games is phenomenal, and the lads have enjoyed every minute of it.
Well, it's been a great series for you personally as well. You know, you've scored over 300 runs. You scored 100 in the second innings. We've seen what you can do in the short ball format, in the white ball format. But for you to sort of translate that success now on that test level and adapt your technique, I mean, just talk us through that.
I think it's quite lucky that I've started out here as well, to be honest. Obviously, I've played quite a bit of cricket here in Pakistan now, and I have confidence, and I've played on the pitches quite a lot of times. So to come out here in my first proper Test series is very lucky. Like I said, I've had quite a bit of success, and to change formats, it's not as hard as what people think. I think it's probably harder going from red ball to white ball, but no, I've enjoyed every minute of it.
You know, one of the strengths that we've seen throughout the series from, you know, a watching perspective is the fact how well you've played the spinners. How has that been a strength of yours? You know, is that something you've consciously worked on? How have you made it into a strength of yours?
To be honest, it doesn't really spin that much in Pakistan. That's probably the first spinning pitch I've played on in Pakistan. So obviously I've had to adapt from the first innings. I've played a shocking shot first innings. So I learnt from that and reined it in a little bit and tried to bat for time, because I know if I'm out there for a long period of time, then I'll score quick enough.
You know, we've also noticed, all our experts, Arooj and everyone watching you from upstairs, and noticed that there's been a change in stance as well, a bit of a change in the batting stance, which we'll have a look at quickly. I mean, tell us a little more about that.
I didn't know I'd even changed.
There you go. More upright against the seamers.
So of course, when he's playing seamers, he's obviously tall lad, slightly more upright, but it's how he crouches down to pick up length. And I think Nasser Hussain said this. He rates you probably as good as Joe Root, which he reckons is probably the best spinner, batter to play spin, because he has that crouching position, that forward press, and very quick on your feet. And that's what you are. So I think praise coming from Nasser probably means a lot, but that's how good you are when you play spin.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, try and get low to pick length as early as possible. I think it helps me with that shot I pick up over mid-wicket as well, because stay low on the ball. Obviously, it doesn't bounce as much here in Pakistan, so to get under it, you probably have to be a bit lower. Against seam, I've always been fairly upright, but this game I didn't face much of it, so yeah, there was plenty of spin bowled.
How much have you enjoyed playing under Ben Stokes and his captaincy in general?
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. I think I said last week that that's probably one of the best captaincy performances I've ever seen. To get a victory from where we were in the final minutes against Pakistan on that pitch as well was unbelievable, and hopefully he carries on for many years.
Looking forward to Karachi now. You're obviously 2-0 up. You've won the series. You can go and play a round of golf tonight. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely going to be pushing hard to make it 3-0. I know for sure that Baz and Stokesy will not want to draw, so we'd rather lose.
The whole world knows that now.
We'd rather lose than draw, so I'm sure they'll be trying to force a result.
Yeah. Celebration plan? Do you want to reveal it?
I haven't even gone upstairs yet to speak to anybody, so I'll have to see what happens when we get up there.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts, and I'm going to let you go now so that you can enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much, guys.
Well done, guys. Well done.
There you go. You heard the thoughts of Harry Brook. What a star performer he's been for England. You know, scoring 357 runs in this series and really putting them in that position of winning the Test series. I'll see you guys just in a short break, and we'll be joined by David Gower. It's been a stunning performance by England and records galore for them after winning after 22 years. This is England's third Test series win in Pakistan. And a little bit about Ben Stokes and his captaincy. Since taking over as England Test captain, he's won 8 out of 9 tests. Remember, for the first time, England has won 2 back-to-back tests in Pakistan. And it's not been a great run for Pakistan themselves. They have now lost 3 back-to-back test matches at home for the first time since 1959. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show, and I've now been joined by David Gow, who's always got a smile on his face, and today he's got all the more reason, David. I mean, special performance, historic. It's going to be one that obviously will go down in the books for England, and they've got every right to be celebrating properly tonight.
Absolutely. This whole Ben solution, as it were, has been extraordinary. From the moment he took over, the character of the inside seems to have changed. The confidence levels have gone sky high. You saw the figures there. He's lost 1 test match. They lost it badly to South Africa in the midst of this run in the English summer, but they just shrugged it off. They have such confidence in themselves, and that combination of Stokes and McCullum just breeds yet more confidence. So this was an extraordinary thing, I think, because everyone before England came to Pakistan were wondering, can they change things around? Because it's traditionally been very hard for an England team to come to this part of the world and walk away with a victory. Nasser Hussain did it once in the pitch black darkness. England this time have done it around. Yeah, he sneaked up, didn't he, in the darkness?
22
no
years
one saw
ago.
him coming. Yeah, 22 years ago. This tour though has seen England, I think, draw on every resource. It's been a friend of mine sort of sent me a message after the first one saying it was a real team effort. Yeah. Everyone did something to contribute. Even in this one, just this last day or so, last 24 hours of this game, they've had to dig deep because Pakistan actually batted with great resolution. And for a lot of yesterday and this morning, Pakistan kept their hopes alive. And this is a team, just to remind people, this is a team which is missing some of its premier talent, Shaheen Shah Afridi for one. England have that stronger hand in seam bowling, and it showed again today. But all right, you're right. At the end of it all, England will be across the other side of the ground, popping the lemonade in celebration.
Aruj, Pakistan will be reflecting on this test match, lots of learnings from them, but where do you think it all went wrong for them?
I mean, again, wickets up front with after Babar and Rizwan and Abdullah Shafiq started, I thought was good. Babar's dismissal, I think the over-reliance or the over-dependency, whether that is or not, but it appears to be, because a lot of times when his wicket's been taken, it's almost a spiral down. And I would like to think that it's sort of a little bit more established than just Babar holding things together, because I thought after Imam's wicket was taken and Fahim fell early this morning, I thought Nawaz was hugely instrumental in picking up the run rate, picking up scoring opportunities with that partnership with Saud Shakil, and I thought both of them played brilliant cricket throughout. But if you really ask me, Pakistan would probably think long and hard on that Ollie Pope catch from Saud Shakil. It'll be debated for a very long time. And if you ask my opinion, I don't think that was out.
Well, I haven't needed to ask you because you've already made it very clear what your opinion was. But we'll definitely discuss that. But before that, let's have a look at how it all went wrong for Pakistan, the fall of wickets.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, I started off with this where Fahim sort of pushed his bat at it. It was quick to Zach Crawley, 50 wickets for Joe Root. What a player he is. And this again fell to the strategy or the ploy deployed by England. Leg side fail, and this catch will be discussed for a very long time. In the end, technology and the third umpire obviously ruled that there were fingers underneath that ball. And so Shakil had to make his way back, and I think with that went the hopes for Pakistan as well. Abrar Ahmed, what a debut. Wickets, runs, entertainment galore. 17 quick wickets. But after that, Anderson picked him up. Wood picked up Zahid Mahmood through the gate with the one tailing back in. And it was brilliant. Robinson picking up and England stamping authority in really bold fashion.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, Mark Wood was returning to this England side, and we know what he can come up with. That's exactly what we've seen today from his, the kind of skill that he brings into the game, along with his pace. Let's revisit his performance once again.
Top Performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Well, for a lot of this game, Mark Wood's pace was blunted by the absolute lack of pace in this Multan pitch. But if you keep trying, as he does, even these down the leg side, which don't count as orthodox dismissals, they still count in the book when you look at the scorebook at the end of a game like this. And it's the effort he puts in. I mean, he's wholehearted in everything he does for England. He does take time off with injuries. He does take time off to recover from games like this. But when he puts in a performance like that and picks up, what was it, 4 for 65, then it counts as a match-winning contribution to this England team.
Top Performer, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Aruj, I know you were mentioning that controversial dismissal. So the soft signal on the ground was given as out. Just for the people that are watching, just talk us through that in terms of what happens when the soft signal on the field is given out. Is that still relevant?
See, the rules have been changed. They've been changed a little bit because soft signal initially was given and the umpire would have had, third umpire would need conclusive evidence to overturn decisions. It's now been changed where the soft signal is there, but the third umpire has to make up his decision entirely on his own. It doesn't have to be with the soft signal. The soft signal obviously comes into play if technology fails you. And that's why sometimes you see 70-yard out boundary catches, the soft signal is out or not out, because if technology fails you and third umpire can't play in that, the decision is still relevant. But the third umpire in that case obviously was down to himself to make that decision of what he thought, whether it was out or not. I mean, you see that tape so many times, there's always a doubt, isn't there? And you look at the...
Let's have a look at once again what happened. I mean, David, when you look at such dismissals, they're always controversial. There's always an opinion there. What's your opinion on it from what you saw?
Well, right, I need a new pair of glasses and a bigger screen, to be honest. We need... Right, look at this here. One thing that's is totally conclusive is the ball goes into the hand cleanly above the ground. It's what happens when the hands, both gloves, touch the ground. Does it slip out? Now, if you've got fingers pointing down, the ball can still be in those fingers, as it were, in the glove, and can still be legal. It's a very hard thing to prove because we've seen it. I mean, I've seen it countless times where decisions actually have gone the other way, and I've gone, no, that's wrong. That is absolutely wrong. This time, I'm going to have to. Well, I'm going to try and disagree with the Rouge. It's not easy to do that. Politeness says you can't disagree with the Rouge. My feeling at the time was that it was a clean catch. My feeling at the end of it all is it's still now, I mean, it's got a bit of doubt attached to it for sure. But my sympathy is also with the third umpire because he looked at it time after time after time from every possible angle. Couldn't necessarily make his mind up quickly. It wasn't that clear straight away. And it's all about the angle of the hand when it hit the ground there. Now, yes, a ball can slip down. And as a keeper, you won't know necessarily that it slipped down because you come up again and there it is in both gloves. Sometimes it's much more clear than that. This is one of those horrible ones, really, where you might have to agree to disagree. You might have to have your own opinion and be at odds with other people. But I'm afraid that the downside for Pakistan on this one is you look in the paper tomorrow morning. Is there such thing as a newspaper? Look on your iPads, it'll be there. Look in Wisden next year, it'll be out, I'm afraid.
I think there's no right answer for that in that sense because like you rightly pointed out, different angles will show different, people will interpret it differently. But Aruj, nothing to take away from Mark Wood though. I mean, we were talking about how good he was. What was most impressive for you about him?
He was fantastic. He was sensational to watch. And I think what this English team is willing to do, or the length that they're willing to go for Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes is amazing to watch. I think he's got a huge heart. It's not easy to throw rockets down at 145, 150 clicks and to go on. He bowled long spells. He stuck to the plans that his captain had asked for and it was fruitful. So just to watch the heart of the man, it's not easy. It's not easy when you got to bowl those quick spells, you got to bowl the long spells, but just what England's willing to do for Ben Stokes, I think that's what is so entertaining to watch.
Gutted for South Shakil. He was just 6 runs away from 100, but how good was he today?
Yeah, I've said that probably a couple of times, Abdullah Shafiq and Saud Shakil, huge prospects for the future. I think the temperament with which they play, Saud Shakil came in a difficult position and he stuck it out. And every time there was a ploy from Stokes to Shakil, he was conscious of it, he was aware of the field placements, and he took the fields on when it was on offer. Maybe just a few false shots in that innings of 94. And I think what's more disappointing is that decision, yes, it was 100 is on the cards, and it's always a brilliant moment to get a test 100. But I think Pakistan's chances of win with that decision is probably going to hurt them a lot more.
It is going to hurt them a lot more. From an England perspective, David, it almost seems like they're not afraid of any target that they put on, or if they're not afraid to chase. Anything for them, it just seems is not impossible.
Yeah, that theory works as long as you keep winning. There is a day, as I mentioned, against South Africa in the summer, they lost one badly, and it looked as though the whole thing had just kind of imploded, but they come back strong. I think this game actually, yes, they can be proud of the win, yes, they can be proud of the series, win the whole thing. If they're going to be ruthless, and for instance, I mean, we tend to look ahead to things like an Ashes series coming up next summer in the UK. Yeah. If they're going to beat Australia, they're going to be yet more ruthless, because there were a couple of times in this game where they gave Pakistan a chance of coming back into it. In the third innings, England could have batted Pakistan out of this game completely with another 50 runs, and yet they failed to do that. So it's not a big black mark. It's just one of those things they can look at and think about when they analyse these things closely, because they managed to win by 26 runs. But in the end, 26 is quite close, isn't it? At the end of 4 days like this, it's not a huge victory. So I think what they need to do is, carry on as they are in many, many ways, but just try and add to the mix. All the best teams in any sport try and improve whatever they've done before. They try and improve on it to make it even better.
Yeah, well, Pakistan will need to better themselves. One thing is for sure, for that last test match, they've obviously lost the series, but there is a chance for redemption. So let's see what our experts have to say in that regard.
Have your say. Brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Aruj, you're from Karachi. The next test match is going to be in Karachi. Would you like to see any changes in this Pakistan squad? There are a few options that they have. Shan Masood is there. Mohammad Waseem Jr. is there. Your thoughts overall on the strategy going into that one?
Yeah, I don't think Pakistan has much of a choice in terms of injuries and stuff, but I still feel that they could do with playing a pure batter in Shan Masood or Azhar Ali, whoever they feel. Shan obviously adds that left-hand combination to that, but playing the couple of all-rounders, Salman Agha obviously didn't bowl much. They put Nawaz and Fahim as those bowling all-rounders as well. I just feel a pure batter needs to come in to stabilize that batting collapse that we've seen time and again now. So bowling, obviously the pitch will tell what bowling attack they play. Tends to reverse a little bit more in Karachi, break a little bit more in Karachi as well. But Naseem Shah is another big one, who look to probably make it back if shoulder injury allows. So I think that'll be a more stronger side when you come up with one genuine seamer and then you add one more pure batter to your lineup.
Are we expecting any changes at all from the England side? Do you think they could perhaps give somebody like Rehan Ahmed a go?
Well, it would be interesting if they did. He's been watching the last couple of games. He's 19 years old. If he plays, he'll be the youngest ever player to play for England. He is a very talented leg spinner. He's been through the ranks, as it were, coming through the youth programmes, under-19s and all the rest of it, but was added to the squad at the end. I mean, obviously they don't need to do that much with the rest of the team. But if you look at, say, Will Jacks, yes, he had something to do in Rawalpindi. He got his 6 wickets. I'll guarantee you he probably won't get 6 wickets again in the Test match innings. And if he does, it'll be a long, long time from now. Don't tell him. I think the Rehan Ahmed thing would be a fascinating thing to watch because, right, you've got a young talent. He's not. I don't think he's a Brar. I mean, a Brar is a very special talent. But it would be an interesting ploy to give him a go and see what he's made of.
Aruj, it's your home ground. Do you fancy having an extra spinner? Talking about Rehan Ahmed. I mean, how do you see those conditions in terms of aiding spin?
I think you got to stick with the Brar. No matter what, you stick with the Brar. Now, whether they play Zahid Mahmood or not, that'll wait to be seen. They have Noman Ali in the mix-up, so whether they put Noman in place of Zahid Mahmood, Noman obviously slightly more consistent with line and length, because what I thought was there was no support on the other side for Abrar. His entire thing, or all of Pakistan's wickets, most of them obviously courtesy Abrar, and then the tail was picked up by others. But I think Naseem Shah will definitely have to make his way back, and if not, you're looking at maybe Wasim Jr. for Muhammad Ali. But again, there's not by, like David said before, it's by far not Pakistan's strongest squad. But they'll have to make some smart decisions looking at their strengths rather than the opponents.
All right, plenty of options for Pakistan. They've definitely got a lot of thinking to do in terms of who they want to play. They need to get the time right, and that was Have Your Say for you.
Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, Arooj and David Gower. I'll hopefully be seeing you guys in Karachi now, which is Arooj's favorite city. She's got a partial bias towards Karachi. Let's see what that city has to offer. For now, what it has to offer you is another game of cricket on the 17th of December, and we'll be joining you live at 9:20 a.m. Well, huge congratulations once again to England. They've been magnificent throughout, and they've won a series in Pakistan after 22 years. I'm sure they'll be well pleased. Whereas Pakistan, they have a lot of thinking to do. They can make a lot of changes and come back with the performance. Time for some redemption in Karachi. I hope you guys have enjoyed today's coverage. But from here until next time, it's goodbye.
Well, it's all set up beautifully for this second test match. Day 4, Multan, and we should have a result here today.
Oh, it's gone.
This is really good batting. And that'll be 4 more.
Is it a glove? It is. And England got another.
Up and over, how far has it gone? Short again, late cut for 4. Gone. The little cameo comes to an end. Gone. Through the gate, Mark Wood. England have 9, they're 1 wicket away.
Bowled, beautifully bowled. And England have yet another famous victory here in Pakistan.
With my video, yeah. Yeah. Then Henry Brook 108. मेहनत तो होती है सारी। You compare.
Lefty Joe. Someone's done a pull. Center, please. On the decline.